So colleagues, where we left off before the break was we have a user rate supported expansion. This one is for student resource, and it's to maintain compliance with the Clean Water Act included in the 2025 user rate operating budget, and it is at the an impact of $51,000. I don't see any speakers. So I would ask you to use your e-scribe to vote on this expansion, which has no impact on the levy, but it's being supported by user rates.
I'm in favor, but I'm not in the right agenda. I'm getting there. Sorry.
Okay. Colleagues, that is carried. The next expansion supported by user rates is a water program coordinator to maximize water conservation and efficiency. And this has a price tag of $95,000, but this, again, has no impact on the levy. If we could please use user rate, sorry. Okay. Sorry, I'm corrected, the user rate. Please use your e-scribe to vote. That was a tie vote, so that is lost. The next item is a service expansion for infrastructure program analysts, minimizing the risk of unplanned service disruptions and costly emergency work, being included in the 2025 user rate operating budget, $106,000. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor Erb, have you cast a ballot? Colleagues, that is carried. The next item is an infrastructure management project coordinator, and this is supporting critical infrastructure inspections and renewal work. It is supported by user rates operating budget, and it's $112,000. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next item are 3 specialists: process operations, systems maintenance, operate and maintain growing water supply infrastructure. That will be supported by 2025 user rates. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I'm having a really difficult time working through all of these. A lot of them sound similar and sound like they're doing sort of similar things with a slightly different descriptor. Are they all necessary? I mean, we've sort of gone through this before, but are they all necessary?
So through the chair to Councillor Shantz, you're right. They do sound similar because they are doing work that's at different stages. So for the infrastructure analyst, program analyst, and the project infrastructure management project coordinator that you just voted on, the program analyst is taking is taking all of the data that we've received from our condition assessment through our asset management program, and they're prioritizing all the work that needs to be done based on the data that's coming in. So we're trying to avoid emergency work that needs to be done. So as I had mentioned before, our infrastructure has grown by 27%. So what this person's doing is they're making sure that we're prioritizing the work so that we can keep our water system going. One of the good things that has come out of our asset management planning over the last 5 years is all the data that we've collected, but it's also highlighted all the work that needs to be done. So the project coordinator that was just voted on is actually tackling that list of work that needs to be in the state of good repair. And that is part of the Safe Drinking Water Act, is that owners of water systems, as council, individuals as counselors under statutory standard of care, myself and my team have to make sure the system is always in a state of good repair so that we minimize any service disruptions, but more importantly, that we minimize any weak systems where something could get into the water system that would cause a boil water advisory. So it does sound like they're all the same, those two, but they're doing two different tasks. And as a system matures, and I worked in PL Region, which is a one-tier system for, I don't know how many millions of people that were there at the time. We had many people that had similar sounding job descriptions because the system was so big. So I think it's, if you just remember that our system is growing so fast right now, to keep up with what's happening, you're gonna see that we need a lot more staff to make sure that the system is maintained in a good state of repair, that it's operated and maintained properly, and that the construction projects can move forward. Because we do need to meet, of course, as you know, the compliance under the Safe Drinking Water Act.
Councillor Shantz?
Thank you. And here's where I'm struggling a little bit, and I appreciate this is important work and we need to get it right, but in the 2022 budget, it shows total staffing of 285 for the budget, and after the amendments for 2025, it shows a total of 493. That's almost double. It's 200 more. Can you help me?
Of course, I can help you. So that's the total Engineering and Environmental Services Department budget?
No, it's, yes, it is, sorry.
So in 2020, what year am I in, 24? 23. Yeah, in 2023, I assumed responsibility for the facilities and fleet management team, which I think is 100 and, I can't remember how many people, 100, something like that, maybe a bit more. So there was that increase that happened there, which is part of, and then there was I know that there was some, we had some FTE increases through facilities and fleet last year, 11 staff. So you have seen some numbers change for engineering and environmental services through reorganizations.
Was that previously part of the transportation and environmental?
Yeah, so previous to Mathieu and I coming on board, it was the transportation and environmental services group, so that was split. The transportation portfolio is transit and transportation planning, and mine was the rest. And I think our CIO wants to say something.
Mathieu?
Just through you, Chair, for clarification, the facilities and fleet was with corporate services, so it's about 130 people. So in the table that you're referring to that was shared, you have that drop of approximately the equivalent 130 people between 2022 and 2023 in the corporate services department.
Thank you. Councillor Banovich. Okay. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm on the same lines as Councillor Shantz, and I understand the growth, and as I visited your facility, and you do a great job, and that was with a lot less people. But growth isn't happening as fast as what we thought. We know it's going to be 1 million by 2040, but right now development's not happening in a lot of communities. So we do have the time. And if we bring all these people on and we heavy burden ourselves financially in these early years, and I understand you've got to prepare for the future, and that's a time frame, and so you do have the time to do this now. But how many staff are you totally asking for in this budget?
Through the chair, there's 17 that we are asking for in this budget. I have been talking a lot about growth, you're right. The other piece that's included in here is the asset management renewal. So we have aging infrastructure that we need to replace, and that is everything from pump systems to SCADA systems to PLC panels to treatment processes. Our buildings are in fairly good shape, but all of these other appurtenances have about a 20-year or 30-year life cycle, and they're coming due. We've identified this work through the asset management work. So as I was trying to say before, we're a victim of our own success. We have now all of this data where we can now target our work in order to keep the system in a state of good repair. And I understand that this is a lot for this council to hear during a budget time, but I have been through the annual reports that happen in March, highlighting to council that that we are facing this, that I would be asking for a lot of staff as we gain more information on our existing infrastructure. And then, as I said, we have the added challenges of the changes from the provincial government. And just a reminder that it does take about 20 years to get a new well supply online for new water. So I just, I know it's a lot, and I'd be really happy to talk to you about this in more detail at perhaps another time. But these are absolutely needed for us to keep our system going. We don't want service disruptions. We don't want contamination in our system. We don't want cybersecurity attacks. We want to be able to meet the growth of the region.
Councillor
Totally
Foxton?
agree with you, but, and through you, Chair, but not everything's going to happen in 2025. In fact, things are going to happen over a spread out period of time. You cannot do everything in one time, in 1 year. And you have to remember, and we've said this time and time again, this is a tight year for a lot of people. And although it doesn't look burdensome now, I don't even know where you're going to put everybody. But we have to really sort of space things out and do things logically while we can. I'd rather be logical and find a clear path rather than be reactive and have to go back and fix what we rushed into. So I'd really like to reconsider a lot of these. Thank you.
I have no more speakers, so I would ask people to use their buttons on eScribe to vote on this service expansion, which is supported by user rates. Colleagues, that is carried. The next item is water operations summer students, 1.65 FTEs to assist in water quality sampling and minor operational tasks. I see no speakers, so this again is user rate operating, comes from the user rate operating budget, 34,000. I would ask you to please use your eScribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is Senior Engineer, Water and Wastewater Resiliency, Addressing Emerging Issues and Assessing Infrastructure. This again is included in the 2025 user rates operating budget. It's $152,000. I see no speakers, so please use your icons to vote. That is carried, colleagues. The next agenda item is Senior Engineer to advance the region's water supply strategy update. This will be included in the 2025 user rates operating budget. It's $152,000. Again, please use your icons to vote yes or no. That is defeated, colleagues. The next is Student Resource 1 FTE Review Applications, Reports, and Increased Capacity. I see no speakers, so please use your icons to vote yes or no. Colleagues, that is defeated. And the last item in this, under this grouping, is Students Resource 1 FTE to assist with water loss measurements and studies in support of leak detection. That is under the 2025 user rates operating budget, $56,000. Please use your icons to vote. Colleagues, that too is defeated. The next expansions that we're going to discuss do have levy impacts, and the first one in this grouping is Transit Core Network Improvements. It's 8 FTEs, respond to growth and reduce system overloads, and this has already been amended. This has a tax levy impact of $332,000. Councillor Hunick.
I just want to note that especially if we're increasing the cost of every person to use transit this year, then we need to be really mindful that increasing services is a really key aspect of that. If we don't do that, then what are people paying extra for?
That was just a statement, Councillor Hunick. I see no other speakers, so I would ask you to use the icons to vote yes or no. That carries, colleagues. The next item is at Transit expansion, customer-driven operational adjustments, and 5 FTEs for effective customer service and transit reliability, and this too has already been amended previously. I see no speakers, so please use your icons to vote. That is defeated, colleagues. Next item is Transit Mobility Plus capacity in 2 FTEs to respond to the growing demand, including late night service.
Can I speak to this, Chair Redmond?
This would be a service expansion in the operating budget and the tax levy impact of $135,000. And Councillor Hunick, go ahead.
As I stated earlier today, I called 15 times just to get a ride to council. I know from experience and from input from the community that MP Mobility Plus is definitely not meeting the service level that's required to provide equitable services. So please consider that as you vote.
I see no more speakers, so I would ask you to use your icons to vote on this service expansion. Colleagues, that is carried. The next expansion is transit service support of 13 FTEs for safety, compliance of vehicles, licenses, and customer service, and this too was previously amended. So this would be included in the 2025 operating budget with a tax levy impact of $1,418,394. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm wondering, because again, this is like we've all said all day long, it's a tough budget year. I'm wondering if you could perhaps describe the impacts if this were more of a phased-in a phased-in approach rather than all 13 at once. Like, could we? I forget how many we've already amended this from. So if you could remind me of that, that would be helpful. But either starting halfway through the year, delaying some until 2026. If you could kind of paint a bit of a picture, please.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So a reminder, at our last session, we did reduce this number from 23.4 to 13. The roles that are included in this package, I'll just walk you through the ones that remain in that 13. So 2 operations supervisors, those are the folks that run the operations center. So making sure we've got drivers every day. They're also out on the road, keeping us safe. They respond to incidents and issues, do investigations that support us in potential litigation. There's 1 fleet supervisor, so that oversees the shop and the more buses that we're running and make sure that we meet our requirements from the MTO for our commercial vehicle operator's license. Again, if that slides at all, the insurance rates for our operation will go up considerably. There are 4 mechanics in there. I'm trying to, in real time, adjust that number based on the hours we've just approved. Automotive service attendants, those are the folks that fuel and clean the buses, getting them ready for service the next day. There is 1 warranty administrator. We currently only have 1 of those. Buses are on warranty for a period after we purchase them, and we believe right now we're leaving money on the table and not filing warranty claims for deficiencies in those buses. Passenger amenity coordinator, those are the folks who plan detours, maintain our 2,500 stops and the garbage cans we maintain today in those contracts. There's a customer service supervisor, so as our system grows and we deploy more customer service agents, those are the folks that oversee that operation. And there is 1 project manager for data and analytics. We do not currently have that role in the organization. Those are the folks that go after provincial and federal funding and make our case for that. We borrow that from our service planning group today in a bit of a shared role. I'll stop there. There's likely some other questions that will come up. Happy to answer when they do.
Thank you. One of my follow-ups was going to be based on some of the discussions and decisions we made today and adjustments. If you had a sense of, I know we've already taken it from 20. Sorry, did you say 20 or 22 down to 23 down to 13? But if there's any further adjustments based on decisions that we've already made.
Through you, Chair, obviously very challenging to do in real time. I think with what I'm looking at in front of me, based on the reduction in hours that we looked at without the ops adjustments, we could likely do it with 8 FTEs instead of the 13 that were presented to you today. I will remind Council, the reason that this grouping is here this year, last year was my first year in the director role. We did not add any other positions other than bus operators, and so that was to see how the organization functioned where we had gaps. So these were intended to fill existing gaps that we had where we're paying additional overtime. We're unable to fill all of our shifts. Thank you.
So you've taken it from 23 to now you're suggesting maybe 8? Okay, I would make a motion that we go with 8 then.
Okay, there's been a motion to amend the number from 13 to 8, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Thank you. Councillor Bravanovich, speaking to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess just to the issue overall, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, and I understand there's been some growth in the system, and so, you know, if you have a certain supervisor to driver ratio and those kinds of things, you know, we need to look at that. I'm not sure how we compare it to other services around some of those things. But it is, you know, a healthy number that's being proposed all of a sudden. I appreciate the suggestion that we can go down to 8 roles potentially, but I'm just wondering, you know, it was, some of this was sort of being portrayed as, you know, for the safety of customers and so on. I mean, I certainly don't have a sense that our system is unsafe now. In any way, and so I'm just struggling to see, you know, whether or not we might be able to go back a little further on this and make some additional adjustments.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, through you. So just a quick reminder to Council. So compared to 2023, ridership is down 1%, and we've explained that at a previous meeting. That is a drop in student population, but that was also Council's supported decision to move the transfer window from 90 to 120 minutes. So we're not counting all of those customers as new rides. At the same time, boardings, so that is every time somebody gets on a bus, are up 10%. So our buses and trains are 10% busier. The ask in front of you now is significantly less than a 1% increase to our budget. Councillor Vanovic, a bit of the history on this one. So we're down, well, when we started today, we were down 54% from our initial ask. I'd imagine that's somewhere in the 70% range. And so we've done those based on a challenging budget year, changes in student population, and in the last session, we reduced the service expansion by 50%. So I'm struggling to recommend less. These roles do play a critical part of keeping our operators safe, keeping our buses safe, and you're absolutely right, we would never allow our buses to go out unsafe, but we are going to operate roughly 30 more buses this year than we did last year, and obviously we've got, as I said, 10% more people riding in the system every day. Thank you.
And what's our total vehicle count?
We are at 334, discounting the 34 Mobility Plus vehicles. And then we will add 30 in this year that you had approved last year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wolf.
I would just say that I would like to support the amendment, and I'm thankful to Commissioner Spooner for coming down with his from 23 to 8 is a big drop. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
I wanted the same thing. I want to thank Commissioner Spooner. I know it's hard. I know you really consider this, but I think you also realize what our society is going through at this time, and I am greatly appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further speakers, so I would ask clerks to put up the amendment in 1 second. So the amendment that we are now voting on is that the motion be amended from 13 FTEs to 8. It has been moved and seconded. I have no other speakers. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next is the main motion now that it is amended. It again has, we're going to have to put it up on the screen, but it has been moved and seconded, so please use your icons to vote.
Does staff have time to include what that impact will be with the?
That is what we're waiting for.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you.
So colleagues, the amended motion before us is that the service expansion for transit service support staff, 8 FTEs, safety, compliance of vehicles, licenses, and customer service as amended, be included in the 2025 operating budget with a 2025 tax levy impact of $872,858 as amended. Please use your icons to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is a traffic systems management analyst, 1 FTE for traffic efficiency, mobility, and connectivity. And this has been previously amended. It has a budget levy impact of $111,667. I see no speakers, so please use your icons on eScribe to vote. Colleagues, that is defeated. And the last item in this grouping is a road maintainer, summer students, 1.3 FTEs, escalating maintenance responsibilities. This has an impact on the 2025 levy of $20,000. I see no speakers, so please use your icons to vote yes or no. That is carried, colleagues. That is the end of our expansions section. We will now go on to the library budget. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to approve the Waterloo Region Library operating budget. Moved by Councillor Nowak, seconded by Councillor Foxton. And we are approving the 2025 Regional Waterloo Library operating budget with a net expenditure of $3,599,351 and a net property tax levy of $3,182,053. And Part 2, approve the library capital budget and capital forecast as summarized in Appendix B of a report dated November 26, 2024, subject to final adjustments for the 2024 carry forwards. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This is referring back to what feels like eons ago, but was this morning on the slide deck when it noted the library services. I was just a bit confused by the total tax impact amount. I think it was like 6.7%. And I thought at library, with the $100,000 from reserve offset, we had gotten it down in the 3% range. So I just wanted clarification on that. And sorry if I'm slightly misquoting the percentages. Like I said, it feels like it was eons ago, and many numbers have happened since then.
And while they search for that, Councillor Salonen, we could well be together still by tomorrow morning. Julian?
Through the chair, I believe that Councillor Salanen's recollection is correct, and don't quote me on this either, but I think it was 3.8% what it was down to. It was in the 4% range anyway.
Wayne
There
is going.
was a
Chris.
recommendation through the library committee that we take $100,000 from the library reserve, and that's what made the difference.
So Chris, you look like you're ready to jump in.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. So this is simply the year-over-year levy increase, not the tax impact. So that's what the difference is.
Thank you. So just to make sure I'm on the right page, what is before us being proposed is going to result in a roughly 8% actual impact to the levy, obviously recognizing it's area rated, so just on the townships.
So through you, Chair, what is recommended here is what was approved by the Library Committee. So what was noted in that report would be accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I have that number. So it was after adjusting for rural assessment at 2.59, the net rate impact would be 3.5%. 3.5.
Thank you very much.
So we're all in violent agreement, correct? Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. I'm conscious of the fact that one of the highest satisfaction ratings that the region has is with respect to our libraries, and we want to maintain those. 3 million sounds like a lot, but I think that Councillor Salonen just answered my question. This is area rated specifically to the areas where the libraries are. Is that correct? So it doesn't go on the general tax levy on the same percentage for everyone, correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Those are all the speakers. Please use your icons to vote. It has been moved and seconded. Councillor Erb, are you still? Okay. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is WRPS budget approval. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Craig, seconded by Councillor Shantz. That the Regional Municipality of Waterloo take the following action with respect to the, wrong motion. That was libraries again. We love libraries, though, don't we? So this is a following action with respect to the 2025 Waterloo Regional Police Service budget. Number one, approve the police service operating budget net expenditure of $278,467,629 and a property tax levy of $252,468,301. And secondly, approve the Waterloo Regional Service capital budget and capital forecast as summarized in Appendix C of the Police Services Board report dated November 13th, subject to final adjustments to the 2024 carryovers. Councillor Burbanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Redmond. So first of all, I would ask that we deal with the two pieces, the operating and the capital, separately. I just have a question, just to get clarity before I make my comment. As we've discussed before here, when it comes to the police budget, we have the opportunity to either accept the police budget or to send it back to the police board and ask them to look at it further. And that's the extent of the role that regional government can have, correct?
Correct. That's been clarified a couple times.
Yeah, no, I realized, but there may be unique people watching this evening, so we want to make sure they understand this. So I will be clear. I will be supporting the operating budget that's before us this evening, but I won't be supporting the capital budget. And I'd like to speak to that for a moment. On the operating budget, I can tell you that there are significant pressures that are being felt throughout our community, and I hear from residents, I hear from businesses on a regular basis about those pressures going forward. Whether it's getting through on 911 or the non-emergency line, whether it's frustrations around property crime in neighborhoods where people are car surfing and looking to get into cars, minor property thefts, and then of course more significant crimes that are being experienced. I regularly hear from for example, my downtown people looking for an increased police presence in the downtown and so on. And so I'm very supportive of the need for additional investments in this area. And I'm glad that the police board looked at that, considered that, and prioritized that going forward. I will, though, however, on the capital side of things, say that I believe that particularly at this point in time, when the operating increases are as significant as they are, I would have hoped that there would have been a lower increase being looked at on the capital side of things. I think it is a very ambitious capital budget. I think there are a number of things that remain unanswered in terms of things, for example, around the comm center, how big it needs to be, who's going to be included. We don't know for sure that EMS is going to be part of it. There's a lot of dialogue that needs to happen on whether or not fire will or won't be part of it in the future. And so I think the budget, as I understand it, from the information that's been available, is too big right now at this moment. I would personally like to see the capital budget go back and have some additional work occur with it. So I'm prepared to, number one, I will support the operating budget and certainly would be interested in hearing some dialogue from colleagues around the capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, both sections have been moved and seconded. Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. I appreciate the comments from Councillor Urbanovich, but the scrutiny that we just took with respect to our own FTEs in our operation budget is certainly not being extended to what's happening with respect to the police budget. I do not support the budget. And in here, for example, 18 officers and paying them effective January 1 of 2025. I can't believe that council, after what we just did with respect to our own staffing, would support paying for officers that will not be in existence for several months. 18 officers effective January 1 for the first quarter is at a minimum $1 million. So basically what we're saying by supporting this operational budget is that we're fine with expending $1 million for officers that won't exist. We're prorating. We're at different times, we're hiring effective April 1, June 1, what have you. But with respect to police, we're not prorating. We're paying for officers that won't be hired until later. At a minimum, with the same responsibility that we're showing with respect to our own budget, we as a council should be expecting that sort of scrutiny and precision with respect to the police budget on the operations side. So we're not denying the numbers that they're asking. We're not dealing with any of that. We're just saying, look, you are not going to be able to hire them on January 1. We know that. Similarly with civilian staffing, I mean, the chief's own information shows that there's 16 over their authorized complement. They have no need for 10 more. So again, that same precision and scrutiny that we are taking to our own budget, we are not applying to the police budget. Consider the numerous motions that we just went through to review our service expansions. The WRPS budget automatically adds half a civilian with no consideration of what they'll do. It would be like us hiring a hydrogeologist and automatically adding a half a staff person. It's not what we do. We have had rapid growth in officers and civilians, 120 officers in the past 6 years and 60 civilians. And our combined complement is comparable with other upper tier forces like Halton, Durham. So we could easily save, just with the change of a date from January 1 to April 1, $1 million. And I find it hard to believe that we as a council will not take advantage of that and accept that as a change that should be made. So I will not support this budget. I don't feel that it's given the scrutiny. I appreciate the comments from those that say, well, they're at 8% and we're at 11% and they've done a better job for us. Well, they're one aspect of our overall budget. And we have departments here that have probably had increases in their departments less than 11%, maybe some higher than 11% or whatever our final number is. So that's not a fair, that's an apples to oranges comparison. But very simply, all I'm saying to council is January 1 should not be accepted as the date to start paying for officers. At a minimum, it should be April 1 because we know they're not going to get all the 18 until then. It's a simple fix. It's $1 million to our bottom line. So I'm not supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Considering what's going on in other police services in the country and the fact that 99% of the services offered by WRPS are provincially mandated, I don't think what they're asking for is unreasonable. At the same time, $258 or $262 million is a lot of money. It's more money than we've given to any other initiative. And the province is very much in favor of policing, which we know. And so if we need the province to give us a new deal, this could be part of the justification as to why. And for that reason, I will not be supporting this budget. We need others to pitch in here. Thank you.
Councillor Craig.
Well, Madam Chair, I don't want to go over the endless arguments that have been raised about this. And I certainly appreciate my colleagues' concerns about the impacts of the budget, police budget. It is at 8.5%. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but it is at 8.5. And also within that budget, there were different areas of it that exceeded the 8.5 and others that were lower. So I'm just saying that we need to look at this from a perspective of the policing needs in the community. And I agree with Councillor Vrbanovich about the fact that there's a tremendous pressure to make sure that we get police officers out there, and also that we have the monies to hire the next number of police officers next year that we need. With regards to the capital, I think we have not explained it properly. And I agree with that concept, and I think it can be better explained in terms of what we're doing with the communication center that's being proposed. But in terms of cost, it's not unlike the transit costs and the new transit terminal over $100 million. And we have to look at the perspectives here and balance it out. So both these, the capital and the current budgets that are being proposed, have gone through a rigorous, pardon me, a rigorous scrutiny, and we've taken out of the operating budget $6.3 million and brought it down to its present level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I'm just going to maybe repeat what Councillor Craig said, or some of what Councillor Craig said, and that is that the board did scrutinize the budget. It is the board's purview to set the budget for the police services. And yes, council can turn it down or council can approve it. But I assure you, we did scrutinize, we did ask the tough questions, and this is what we feel is needed to provide adequate policing. In terms of the PCSC, in terms of the capital spend, the building, we did have a lot of discussion around that as well. We looked at, do we add extra space? Do we leave space for other areas? And how we can work together on it. And part of our rationale in there was that our current facility needs to be replaced. And as we put it off, the expenses, the costs continue to rise. So.
Thank you. So colleagues, I'm going to call the question. It's been, Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. I'm simply going to repeat what I said a week ago. I have total confidence in the public members of the police board and my colleagues at regional council who are responsible for this budget and take that work seriously and trust that what they're bringing to us is actually what the need is. And just knowing what some of the issues that are emerging in our growing community and the need to keep our community safe, I support what the police budget are asking for.
Thank you, Councillor Erb. I see no other speakers, so it has been moved and seconded. We'll take it in two parts. The first part of the police budget we're voting on, please use your icons, is the operating budget. Colleagues, thank you. That carries. The second part of the motion, which has also been moved and seconded, is on the capital budget. And I see no speakers, so please use your icons to vote yes or no. Colleagues, that too carries. Thank you. We are now, I would ask Chris Wilson, can you give us a running tally? Nobody's asked lately, but I'm sure everybody's very curious. We've done a little bit of heavy lifting and slogging. So before we go in to councillor motions, can you bring us up to speed on what where we're at as far as a tax increase?
Yes, absolutely, I can do that. Are we able to bring up the presentation and go back to where we started the day at slide 7? Perfect, thank you. Okay, so a couple of numbers on this slide have been amended. In the middle of your page there, we have proposed service expansions had a preliminary levy impact of 11.38 million. After deliberations and going through each of the expansions, that number is now 8,002,737,000. And then, as previously noted, the reduction options, which was previously $5,203,068, is now $2,433,366. So where that brings us, that number in the bottom right corner, which was 10.45%, is now 10.33%. And then if we go to the next slide, thank you. That 10.45 is replaced by the 10.33. Police budget, as just discussed, 8.56. So overall, 9.79 is the current change in property taxes for the region of Waterloo as a total.
Sorry, what's
9.79 is where we're currently at.
9.7.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, colleagues. So we're now on to councillor motions, and the first one is from councillor James. It's listed in your on your agenda today. So councillor James, if you'd like to move it and if there's a seconder. So Councillor James is moving it and Councillor Foxton is going to second it. Councillor James, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I would absolutely like to speak to this. I prepared a few words. So as you all are aware, food insecurity is a pressing issue across this region and growing exponentially. As we know, Food Bank CEO Kim Wellham, I know you're in the audience today, spoke to us a few weeks ago about the unprecedented changes that the Food Bank and its network are facing. And they're experiencing record-breaking trends. So 25,000 people accessing food support in October alone. And now we're about to go into the holiday season, and I can only imagine what the numbers are going to look like in the next week or two. Total yearly visits are up 24% from last year. We know the rising food insecurity is directly linked to a range of economic pressures, including inflation, housing costs, job instability. I do believe that food security is a basic right. These factors are making it harder for people in our community to meet the basic needs. I think if you are not fed, be it a child or an adult, the extra stress that causes to be able to function, to get a job, to do the thing, makes it incredibly hard. And I know that there is a network of partners in this community which are also helping to benefiting from this. House of Friendship, Salvation Army, Supportive Housing of Waterloo, Women's Crisis Services, the YWCA, A Better Tent City, and so many others are integral in delivering comprehensive supports to service those in our community. And I think we do have a responsibility, and we have been. But, what I've been noticing and seeing the past few weeks as I've been paying attention is that it is an all hands on deck right now with the food insecurity in this region. I am seeing organizations stepping up, children. I have a little Athena, 7 years old. Her birthday party, the gift for her birthday party was not a gift, it was to donate to the food bank. I think, wherever we are able to and we can, we need to contribute. And I know that it's a big ask. We're growing, and the realities are costs are getting expensive. I don't necessarily believe this is a region responsibility fully, but I think if we can do something to help take some of that pressure off. And I know you've all received the many emails coming through, as I have, we're not immune. And I know people who've had to use the food bank in times of need. They maybe don't have to now, but it was there. And we need to make sure that the food bank is sustainable, and whatever piece we can do, be it now and as we look to future generations who may also their families may be impacted and need to use it as well. So I hope to have council support on this, and I know it's a big ask. I'm not numb to that, so thank you.
Councillor Foxton is a seconder. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. I wholeheartedly thank Councillor James for bringing this forward, but each and every one of us must do something as well. And I know you also have good hearts, and I know you will. So let's donate to the food bank this year on our own. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
I wholeheartedly support the motion brought forward by Councillor James because, as she said, food should be a basic human right in Canada. And with that, I'm very conscious of the fact that this is not only a problem in Waterloo region, this is a problem nationally. And in spite of Councillor James' motion, we're not covering the full ask of the food bank through this motion. And so I just want to add my voice to the need for the province and the nation to step in here and improve national food security, because food security didn't used to be an issue in Canada, and it doesn't need to be. So I wonder, Councillor James, if you'd be open to an advocacy campaign for food security in our region, in addition to the 1.5 million that we're going to support right now.
So I think right now the focus is this motion. I don't take advocacy off the table. I think that is part of our roles in this. And, hopefully we're at, upcoming conferences to be able to continue that needed advocacy. But I think right now we need to focus on what's at hand, and that is getting through this motion, ensuring that there is stability for the organizations that need this and the people who need this support. So we're always advocating. Always. I think that's given, Councillor Hunick, but I think right now we need to deal with this motion.
Agreed.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. And Councillor James certainly expressed my feelings around this very well. But just picking up on the advocacy piece, what I'd like to propose is a slight amendment to make this for 2 years rather than open-ended, because I think we should really, talk, like you said, Councillor Hunick, this really is a national issue, it's a provincial issue, and I think we should leave time and space to bring this advocacy to the province and to the federal government, and see if we can convince them to step into this as well. So my amendment to this is for 2 years rather than open-ended.
Do I have a seconder for that?
The second part of the motion says that the funding will be increased by the cost of living. So is that assuming a second year and onward?
Yeah, this is assuming.
I think this is assumed to be a permanent increase, right?
A permanent increase, but to increase by the cost of living.
But is this funded through the levy? Like we're adding this to the levy?
This is through the levy.
So that'll be an annual thing then?
So I'm saying limited to 2 years.
Oh, limited to 2, sorry.
So again, Councillor McCabe is saying limit it to 2 years, which is the length of this council. Is there a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second that, Chair Redmond.
Thank you. So that's been seconded by the ailing but still kicking Councillor Harris. Good to know you're here. I'm going to go down the list. And so we have an amendment that this is for 2 years. Councillor Shantz.
So you're wanting me to speak to the amendment, I suppose.
I want you to speak to the amendment. I can keep you on the list if you want to come back.
Well, I'm quite happy to actually leave it as annual. I mean, we review this every year anyway, so I guess I don't support the amendment, but I do support the main motion. And if I can add my one comment to that, I won't have to speak later, and that is that to add to everything else that's been said very well, if a few months of food can keep someone in their house, in their home, that's worth a whole lot. And the other thing is that for bang for your buck, the food bank it is just a really good investment. It's run by, not run by, but there's volunteers provide a whole lot of sweat equity, and so I think it's a good investment.
I didn't notice that you snuck that comment in. Councillor Salonen, speaking to the amendment.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And you can put me back in the queue if my question's not exactly amendment related. I think it is, though. What measurement are we using for the cost of living? Is it the regional COLA? Is it the provincial standard, federal? Like, who's making this standard, as it can be anyone, and it's an arbitrary definition?
Councillor James?
So I think what the region uses.
And what does the region use? Chris is going to tell us.
Chris is going to tell us. Keep it consistent, right? What does the region do?
It would vary depending on the nature of the contract that's applicable to. Sometimes we use construction price index, sometimes we use consumer price index. Could be the most recent or average over the past year. Probably most appropriate would be some consumer price index average over the past year, probably for Ontario, I would say.
Yep.
Probably be most appropriate.
Councillor Salonen?
Okay, thank you. That's all I have on the amendment.
Councillor Wolf.
I was going to speak on the main motion.
Okay, we'll keep you on the list. Councillor Craig.
Well, just a comment. Pardon me, I'm in favor of this, but if this is as bad as we say it is, why aren't we giving them 2 million? That's my issue. It would seem to me that we're cutting back on a request that really across this community is articulating the fact that people are in desperate shape, and I totally agree with that. And I don't know, can I move an amendment to an amendment here?
No, you can't. You would have to vote down this amendment, and then we'd be back to the main motion, either amended or not, and then you could move an amendment.
Okay.
There are
I'll
no
need some
friendly
guidance here.
amendments.
And the other thing, these groups that we have, and the food bank being one, why not just put them in the base budget every year so they don't have to come with hat in hand every year begging for money? And I think that would be a better way of handling it.
They are in the base budget. This is an increase to what they have been getting previously. So they
Okay,
are
fair
in the
enough.
base
All right.
budget. Councillor Erb.
Thank you. I want to speak in favor of the amendment for 2 years. When we saw the plan to end chronic homelessness a couple of weeks ago and recognized what the funding costs were going down the road and how we were saddling other councils with tax burdens that we were creating, I think we're in much the same situation here. So I think this is only reasonable that we, if we're going to commit to this amount of money, that we do it for this term of council and then let another council deal with it further down the road. So I'm going to support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Bavanovich, speaking to the amendment.
Sure, and I'll want to speak to the main motion as well, but I won't be supporting the amendment. Sadly, this is an issue that's not going to go away anytime soon. I think, we know the pressures that the food bank's experiencing. We know the great work that they and their team have been doing. And, I think at the very least today, they need to be able to leave here knowing that there's some continuity of funding. And I'll save the other comments for later.
Councillor Hunick.
I would like to speak in favor of the amendment. I think that the amendment is really important because if we do this in perpetuity, we're essentially letting other levels of government off the hook, letting them know that we'll pay for their shortfall. So that's my comment.
Councillor Wolf, speaking to the amendment? Okay, so we'll keep you on the list. Colleagues, I support the food bank. I think it's a food distribution system, but not unlike the question that Councillor Salonen had. I am in a position where I feel I cannot support this motion because of the cost of living index. And I guess I would look to staff to say, are there any grants that we hand out that we provide to the community that has this kind of an inflation in it? And I think about today and how we've looked at examining what gets added to the budget, what is brought to council's attention. So I would support the amendment for 2 years, but I can't with that cost of living inflationary piece, not because I think that the food bank doesn't deserve it, because I wonder who else would want. I think of arts groups, I think of heritage groups, I think of all number of competing worthy needs that would come, and maybe food trumps those kind of security issues. But we've looked at the plan to end chronic homelessness, and we have every year re-examined our commitment. As a matter of fact, we took some money out of the plan last year, and we're doing that again this year in an abundance of caution. So I do support the food bank. I do support giving them some consistency for funding, but I find that I can't support the cost of living index. So if this after this amendment is dealt with, I would ask that we look at that piece because I find that very problematic. And again, not for the food bank, but as a process piece and a policy piece. So we're now going to vote on the amendment that adds to the main motion that the 2025 grant be increased in alignment with the cost of living index for 2026, and that the grant be limited to 2 years.
I have a point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Craig?
I raised the issue about increasing it to 2 million. Can I do that at some point here?
After we dispose of this amendment.
All right, okay, fair enough.
Point of order?
Councillor Deutschman.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to clarify, did we vote to take out the second part of this? So, so Dorothy is suggesting, I'm sorry, I missed all that, but you're suggesting taking out the second part and combining everything into one line? Is that what you were suggesting? No.
We're going to take a break for a minute and we're going to clarify what we mean.
Thank you.
So colleagues, your break is over. We're back at it. So this is an amendment moved by Councillor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Harris, and that the motion that was on the table that felt good. The motion that was before us is now amended to say, and add that the 2025 grant be increased in alignment with the cost of living index for 2026, and that the grant be limited to 2 years.
And if I could just add, my understanding from speaking with Tim, the clerk, that the piece about the escalation was removed. Clerks took it upon themselves to remove that because without the year over year over year, that piece wasn't necessary. Correct? I mean, I think that, yeah, that's the...
So I need some little clarification. So is it in this motion or out?
Just for just for 1 year. A COLA for the time it's in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I have no further speakers on the amendment, so please use your icons to vote yes or no. Colleagues, that amendment is defeated, so we are now back to the main motion. Now, there were people that wanted to speak to the main motion. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to make an amendment, Madam Chair.
Well, you got to get
on
in
the
the queue,
speaker
Councillor.
Okay, there's a procedure here?
Yes. All right. I obviously support the motion. I can understand taking out the COLA. And I think that council is as good-hearted as we are. We also, as we've been told many times by Councillor Craig, have to respect the taxpayer. And he's not willing to go above, but to do 10 or 11%. So that's why I think it's quite a responsible motion that we've said 1.5 million instead of the 2 million. And we have, as we've gone through today, we have recognized a lot of the needs in our community, for instance, with the ODSP, a discretionary fund, with the emergency dental, a lot of emergency dental for children, and several other motions. We've stopped different transit cuts. So we have been, I think, responsible, and I'd like us to continue to be. It doesn't mean that we don't recognize the food insecurity. When we started this budget process, we were reducing the 750,000 by 40,000. We rejected that, and now we're doubling it. So I think that Council's showing their goodwill, and as Councillor Foxton has said, this is what we can do as a region, as council, but as individuals, you know, as people listening to us today, please donate to the food bank, please volunteer, please check on your neighbors and do what we can. But I do think the way the motion is done, except for the COLA, is something that we should be passing.
So at the risk of being self-serving from the chair, and I choose not to have that caricature, are you moving that the COLA clause be removed?
Okay, I will. I'll remove.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Hunick.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a list, and I guess you can speak to the amendment or not. Councillor Deutschman, I believe you're next.
Yeah, originally I was going to talk to the motion, but I will speak briefly to the amendment. So I appreciate the arguments about, first of all, the intent of the COLA clause for sure, but when you think about all of the things that we do and all of the grants we provide, we don't have COLA clauses in there. The issue is, if we did have COLA clauses, we would be left to the whims of the COLA clause for the impact on future budgets, depending on what the rate of inflation was and all that other things. We'd have less control. And we can still look at things on an annual basis, like this particular budget, or this particular item, which is now 2 years in a row. But we can look at it when issues arise. But I think we need to be able to maintain control of our budget process, and taking out the COLA clause allows us to maintain that control somewhat better.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you. Through you. I am absolutely okay with removing the COLA clause. I get that, you know, even in that practice, we don't typically do that for everyone. But, you know, I also want to just comment as well. You know, I've heard around this table a lot, you know, we're speaking for the people who are voiceless, who don't have a voice. And, you know, people do have a voice. But when you're too busy trying to, you know, pay your bills, trying to get food, keep a roof over your head, you become silenced. So I take this in this motion not as speaking for the voiceless, because people do have voices, but recognizing the situation that we're in right now, where people have been silenced because they're too, they're caught up trying to survive. So just some reflections. And again, I hope that councillors can support this, and it's a time and need that's critical right now. And yes, we'll continue the advocacy to upper levels of government.
Councillor Urbanovich.
Thanks. I won't be supporting, sorry, I will be supporting the amendment, and I will be supporting the main motion. I do understand, you know, where Councillor Craig would like to go with it. And I do understand the pressures that the food bank is feeling. I think, you know, this is going to be a substantive increase in a budget that's already tough. It's quite frankly going to, you know, I wish we cut more things earlier today, but we didn't. And, I think this is going to, quite frankly, add back probably as much, if not more, than we already cut. But it's something that I think needs to happen from a human services element and from a food security point of view. I think it is also something that we can, let's see how things evolve and we can revisit next year. Lastly, I do think there is an opportunity here for all of us as community leaders to work with Kim and her team who work, incredibly well to look at, what are some other best practices in communities across the country to get more citizen involvement and donations happening and to support her and her team in doing that. Thank you.
So, Councillor Craig, I fear that we're raising your blood pressure, and I know that you want to make an amendment. There's now another amendment on. Do you want me to put you at the top of the list after we deal with this amendment? Okay. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I want to speak to the main motion, so if you can just put me back on the list.
I will put you back on the list. Councillor Hunick.
Colleagues, I'm struggling with this motion because I think it's a bit of a chicken and egg problem. Some of the very people that are struggling to pay their property taxes are the ones that are resorting to the food bank and vice versa. So raising the property taxes in order to pay for those who are food insecure really doesn't make sense to me. And if we do this in perpetuity, we're letting other levels of government off the hook, particularly if we raise it to 2.1. Thank you.
Councillor Erb.
I want to speak to the main motion, so I guess I'll put me on the holding list.
Thank you. Okay, everybody left on the list wants to speak to the main motion or amend, and I will go directly to Councillor Craig after this. So the motion as presented by Councillor James and seconded now has a amendment by Councillors Wolf and Hunick that we take the COLA clause out. So please use your icons on eScribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried, and I will now go to Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to put a motion on the floor to amend the main motion to 2 million. Need a seconder. I got a seconder. A little pressure. I've been around for a while. Anyways, first of all, Councillor Wolf, I don't need to be reminded of how I vote and my particular way I look at things. I can do that publicly myself. The other thing about this motion, when you come to council to try to get something through, you try to take a middle road, and I understand that. And I think Councillor James has taken the correct road here in terms of at least getting it on the table. But when I look at some of the issues in the community of unemployment at 7.7 in Cambridge, I look at the Cambridge Food Bank running all over the place trying to find a new facility without a lot of support in some respects. And I want people at the food bank to be able to do their job of distributing food, collecting it, and not worrying about how they're going to raise another $500,000. And that's my position on this. We certainly can do this. And we have fulfilled other requests here to the full value. And I think this is one that we ought to be looking at with more sincerity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sure your comments don't mean to imply that any of us are not seized with this issue.
Oh, not at all. I'm just reminding you in a nice way.
So Colleagues, I have Councillor Erb and Councillor Salonen, both of whom said they wanted to speak to the main motion. So unless somebody indicates they want to speak to this amendment, I would ask the, Councillor Foxton amended it, or seconded, under duress somewhat. So we will now vote on the amendment, which raises to 2 million, which is an additional 1,256,000 in financial support to the Waterloo Regional Food Bank. So please use your icons to vote. Councillor Wolf? Colleagues, that is defeated. We are now back to the main motion, and I will go back to my list, and I'll start with Councillor Salonen.
Sorry, can you refresh?
Councillor Salonen, you now have the floor. You wanted to speak to the main motion?
Thank you. Yes, I did. Thank you, Councillor James, for bringing this forward. And I mean, a huge thank you to Kim and her team for all the work that you guys do. At the food bank, I am, however, really struggling with this one. Similar to some of the points that Councillor Hunick raised, as well as I had a few residents in Wilmot, specifically seniors on fixed incomes, who, now granted, I get Wilmot is in a slightly different place with our own issues on our budget, but essentially went through their fixed income budgets and said that increases are going to have them relying on resources like the food bank. And I don't want to be putting people in a position where they have to be accessing services that they aren't currently. I also look in a broader scope at all of the wonderful resources across our community, like Food for Kids. We're now seeing our federal government with a school food program. There are lots of other community groups that provide food to families. And that's not at all to diminish the work that anyone does. I just really don't agree with it being on the property tax levy to be funding this. This is really a provincial and federal responsibility, in my opinion. I hear what the food bank is asking for. I will admit I was a bit frustrated that last year we gave them a one-off and it was kind of accepted that that was going to be a one-time, and now we're back here again deliberating. I don't think that I can support this, and it's not anything against the food bank or the amazing work that you do. And in fact, I just donated the other week to the food bank, but it really is to represent those in the community that don't agree with seeing this being added on. And there are so many important causes across our whole community that we're having to say no to. So absolutely, I think we continue to fund in our base funding as is, but I will not be able to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm having trouble with this as well. This is not, I think we're setting a dangerous precedent for the region in funding to this level. This is not our responsibility, as Councillor Salonen has suggested. This is other levels of government. I want to remind my colleagues that 2 or 3 hours ago, we took $2 million out of a budget planned and chronic homelessness, which we are responsible for. And here we're looking at funding something that really should be funded by other levels of government. I'm worried that we're giving responsibility for future counselors that this would, that they're going to have to take this into consideration, that it's going to be part of the built-in budget. My preference would be to go back to the 756,000 that we originally put in as base funding and keep it at that. While the other counselors are speaking, I'll try and make up my mind as to what I'm going to do.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm going to support the motion. I understand the comments that have been made. It's difficult when you feel like you're letting other levels of government off the hook, and maybe in some ways letting some of the community off the hook by covering a place that should be supported by everyone. But I also realize that they are connected to so many of our social supports. And as I said before, people need to eat. And if you can't eat, you let your house go because you need to eat. And so if they can keep people in their houses, to me, this is part of the end. Part of the plan to end chronic homelessness is keeping people in their homes. And so I do support this. I understand the reluctance of some of my colleagues, but I think it's an important initiative, and I would add my comments to the community at large to make sure that they support the food bank as well.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do support the motion, and I want to encourage my fellow councillors who are having serious doubts about this, just to consider that, you know, we deal with food insecurity, housing insecurity. These are conditions that lead to other issues in our society, issues that could lead to criminal matters, health matters, which then would involve paramedics, policing, fire, because of mental health. You know, the food bank provides a service that they tell us $1 provides 2 meals. I mean, what better return for that investment can you get in your community and still deal with all the essential issues that all tie back to all the things that we are responsible for? So whether you want to consider this indirect, I consider it direct. It is something that we can step up and do and have a significant benefit within our community in all the other areas and services that we provide. So they are connected. And I just want to point out too, last year the intent was that this was going to be a permanent, but it ended up being part of the, I moved the motion last year. So, but it ended up being, and I remember Craig Dyer, you know, putting his hand to his head because now suddenly it came out of the tax rate stabilization fund with everything else that was happening. But somehow, as the sausages made, these things happen. So, but anyway, it was always intended to be that way. This is just writing the course that we intended last year. And I'm happy to support this and move this forward and do right by our community with this investment in our community. Thank you.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get clarification on the way this is written? Is this, again, just for 2025, or is this going to be in the budget every year at $1.5 million?
Councillor James.
Councillor Liggett, so this is in the budget every year.
Okay, I can't support that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. And I hear quite often people saying, well, it's not always at the upper levels of government. Do you know what? They have to face hungry children and mothers tomorrow and fathers. They offer them food tomorrow. If we wait for upper level government, how many people will starve? How many people will lose everything? You know what? We're the government here. We can make a difference. We can make a difference. And a lot of our constituents write to us because we do make a difference. And that's why they reach out to us. I want to help them feed those kids tomorrow.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I know this is a tough one for colleagues, and all I keep thinking about is those individuals in the community who right now are thinking about how they are going to keep the lights on, pay the rent, and also feed their families, also feed themselves, and having to make that distinction. And you know, I sit here in a place of privilege, but I can remember when I was eating Mr. Noodles, and that was all that I could afford to eat. You know, so, you know, I mean, I don't take this lightly. And I think, yes, asking for something in to be baked in the budget is a big ask. But we know that the need is going to continue because it has for 40 years. So, you know, again, there's upper levels of government that have to do their piece and their part. If we sit around waiting, I think if we sat around and waiting for a lot of things, you know, we'd still be waiting and we wouldn't be where we are in certain aspects. And as Councillor Deutschman said, you know, things are interconnected. You cannot do one without potentially impacting the other or vice versa. So again, I know it's a tough ask. I lean to my colleagues to, you know, this is the political will to say, okay, you know, it maybe isn't for us to do, but there is a growing need, a demanding need, and we are hearing from our residents, and we never know because we could have something today and based on economics and losing a job, what have you, we could be dependent on that resource. So I'll kind of conclude there with my remarks, and when the time is right, we will vote.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to point out a couple of things. In the past, what we have done, and we've stepped outside of what people would consider our responsibility when we supported a special levy to raise money for the 3 hospitals. Certainly not, that was the rebuilding of the hospitals. And that went through the community and was raised and apportioned out according to population. And the new hospital that's coming up somewhere in the future, you better believe you're going to be asked to put money into it. And that's outside our responsibility. And it's no different also than other smaller things like the GO station in Breslau. That's a provincial responsibility, but we're involved in that, and we shouldn't be. So it's a matter of looking at the community and the needs today. And it's a 7.7% unemployment rate in Cambridge, which concerns me in terms of what's going on. And I think we have to look at, across the board, the impact on people out in the street. I was invited a few years ago to go to the Cambridge Food Bank and to get a 3-day supply of what the average person would have at the food bank and to stick to that diet for 3 days. And that was very difficult, I have to admit. But you could cheat by going out to different festivals and stuff like that and free foods, and you could eat that. And I remember when I left, the commentary afterwards from one of the people that was there in line, oh, does the mayor have to come here also? And I always remembered that. And I think we have an obligation here. Let's get away from what we're responsible for everything in this community in some sense. We really are. And I think we have to look at this in a broader way. Thank you.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. If this was just for this year and not annualized every single year, then I could support it again one more year in order to see where we are a year from now. But to just, to tell you, like, I'm scared. Right now, I'm really scared about what is happening in the economy, with the tariffs coming, with how much money we are owed at the city. And the very people who are going to lose their houses this year are going to be at the food bank, and we're putting them there by the taxes that we're putting on here today. This just adds to their monthly bill, and it's a horrendous bill. So I'm wondering if I can amendment to take out that, if I could have a seconder to amend that.
And your amendment would be that it would be for this year only?
Yes.
Is there a seconder for limiting this increase for 1 year? Councillor Hunick? Okay. So Councillor Leggett, you were the last person to speak, and I was going to intervene and say that I'm having a very difficult time because this year is difficult, next year will be worse. So I will support your amendment and be pleased to give this additional support to the food bank for the 2025 year, recognizing that we will probably have this conversation again in the future. But I think this is a tough budget year, and I think 2026 is going to be a tough budget year as well. So anybody want to speak to the motion? This is limiting the increase of $1.5 million for this year. Councillor Hunick. So, okay, so we're going to put the question. So the amendment is that the food bank would get $1.5 million for the next fiscal year, 2025 only. Please use your icons to vote. We're now voting on the amendment. So colleagues, that is defeated, so we are now back to the main motion. Please use your icons to vote. We're now voting on the main motion as amended. When it's up on the screen, I will read it to you. So I'm not going to read all the whereases if we can just go down to be it resolved. Therefore, be it resolved that the Region of Waterloo increase its annual grant to the Food Bank of the Waterloo Region in 2025 to $1.5 million, which is an annual addition of $756,000 as amended. Councillor Hunick.
Is this in perpetuity, or, because I'm confused because it said 2025?
This is now in perpetuity. So this has now become a regular directed funding stream to the Region of Waterloo Food Bank for $1.5 million annually. Councillor James, did you want to speak?
So just to clarify, because it was already the 756, so we're adding an additional 756. Yes.
So please use your icons to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. The next notice of motion is also from Councillor James, changing the definition of GRT child fares from 4 and under to 6 and under. Is there a seconder? Yes. Councillor Hunick? Councillor James, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, absolutely. So It came about after doing some investigating into some of our bylaws and looking at what is the minimum age for children to ride complimentary on our GRT. And recognizing that we are currently undergoing a GRT business plan and updating, how that looks holistically, what I discovered was that, we don't actually ask parents, or caregivers how old their children are when they're getting on the bus and collecting that data. And I don't really think that would be appropriate. But, recognizing that there's a broader conversation for youth and potential youth fairs, what I'm proposing now in light of the ongoing current process that's happening and for staff to report back, but for us to do a simple update to our bylaw to include youth that are 6 and under. And when I looked across at the various comparable municipalities that have something similar, it was either 5 or 6. So, that was kind of within their bylaws for 6 and under for complimentary. So this is what I'm proposing to council today to support, is that there be an update to our current bylaw and to include 6 and under complimentary on our GRT, and that staff can in the interim kind of look at an appropriate child fare and potentially implement changes on a broader scale in July 2025. So I'm hopeful that you all will support this for updating our system.
So I see no speakers, so we will go to the vote. Please use your icons to vote yes or no. Councillor Erb, have you cast a ballot on this notice of motion?
I just lost connection. No, I haven't. I've been off for a couple minutes. What's the notice of motion?
Sorry, this is Colleen's notice of motion about the GRT allowing children 6 and under to travel free. It's currently 4 and under, but also that it be referred to GRT staff to make it part of their planning for an appropriate age for child fare through the 2025.
I'm supportive.
Thank you. That carries, colleague. The next notice of motion is Councillor Hunick, Easy Go 2 Fare.
All right.
This notice of motion is originating with Councillor Hunick. Do we have a seconder?
So,
Councillor James. Councillor Hunick?
thank you, Chair Redmond. For those who want to read it, I'm assuming it's going to go up on the screen. For those who don't understand how the Affordable Transit Program works, it only applies to individuals and families who are below the low-income cutoff in our region. It only applies to approximately 19,000 passengers. This idea for this pilot program came from a collaboration between nonprofit agencies who said there are many people that need emergency transit that don't qualify for ATP, either because they don't exactly meet the low income cutoff, which is very low, or because they can't file the forms, or because they are living rough and don't have the ability to apply for the program. So this would give agencies capacity to give them 2 fares when there's something like a doctor's emergency, a lawyer's emergency, a job interview. It encourages buy-in from the agencies who are not getting the cards for free, and it's not actually costing us any money because it's in the form of deferred revenue. So I urge you to please endorse this pilot so that we can work toward ironing out the kinks in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and I think it's a wonderful idea, except that there's an awful lot of not-for-profits. If we gave each of the not-for-profits, what was it, 500 Easy-Go 2 fare cards? That's a lot of not-for-profits. Would we
If I can just speak to that great question. This pilot is limited to 12,500 cards, and the maximum purchase available is 500, which will allow us to support 25 agencies, and GRT staff have confirmed that they will vet the agencies to ensure need. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton, any further questions?
That's good. Thank you.
Councillor Schatz.
Thank you. Do we not have something like this already, or is that unique to the townships?
Through you, Chair. So we do have the 2 ride cards. Council, you remember when we brought in the Easy Go Fare card, there was an identified need for agencies that distributed bus tickets. Now we no longer have bus tickets, so this was the replacement to that. These 2 ride fare cards are in distribution. They cost $5, so $2.50 a ride. The proposal from Councillor Hunick would make that $3, so $1.50 a ride, which would be in line with the Affordable Transit Program cost. Again, because agencies do not qualify for affordable transit, families and individuals do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor James.
I don't remember what my question is, so you come back to me.
All right, so we have a motion before us. It has been moved and seconded. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Councillor James. That carries, colleagues. The next notice of motion is from Councillor Foxton regarding construction payment FTE. This is moved by Councillor Foxton. It has a levy impact of $86,000.
May I withdraw the motion, please?
I was going to second it.
May I withdraw?
You're
I would like to
withdrawing?
withdraw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That motion's been withdrawn. And also broke Doug's heart because he was willing to second it. Councillor McCabe, Climate Action WR. This notice of motion is moved by Councillor McCabe to increase the funding from $63,037.50 to $126,075 annualized cost of living increase of 2.5 per budget proposed. So this has been moved by Councillor McCabe. Is there a seconder?
I'll let Councillor Craig, he can second this one instead of Councillor.
No, Councillor Hunick seems pretty anxious to second this. Councillor McCabe, do you want to speak to this?
Sure, just very briefly. I would just pick up on some comments that people just made just a few minutes ago about, the fact that we are a government that people look to take action and to do things. Some of our councillors just said, why should we wait? Why don't we, show leadership, and do the things we know the community is asking us to do. We also, some councillors talked about the connectedness of, how things across our community are connected. And I absolutely see the need for increased funding for this community organization that does a tremendous amount of work with and on behalf of our municipalities. And they do this at a fraction of the cost that we could each do within our own municipalities. So I think that this is really a value for money type request. We know that the climate issue we've declared an emergency. We know we're in a crisis. We know that that there's so much more work that we need to do that we quite frankly are not getting to. We know that we're not going to meet our targets unless we do more. We know that climate change impacts. There's the social equity issues that are deeply connected to climate change and impact some of our most vulnerable in our community more deeply than certainly many others. And we know as well that the work that the leadership table, that Climate Action Waterloo Region's leadership table is proposing to do, they need more support and they need more capacity because this work on climate is more complex. They need to bring together more multi-sectoral groups. And they also need, this would give them the capacity to look for grants from other organizations, foundations, possibly the federal government, things like that. So as we just heard many members of council say, we can't wait for other orders of government to do the urgent work that we know needs to be done. And I would just end by saying we also, just to remind us that was that last week, we actually said no to an FTE request from staff for climate initiatives and climate action. So we said no there. I'm hoping that that we will say yes to this because this is a way to work with community groups who work across the region and who will work with local municipalities as well and will really amplify the amount of work that we can collectively do. So I am hopeful that that you'll support this. Thank you.
I have no speakers. Oh, Councillor Deutschmann.
I'd like to move an amendment that it be $100,000 and remove the cost of living increase.
So did we get that? So it would say the support would go up to $100,000 and you would remove the cost of living?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Salonen. So speaking to the amendment, we will put it up. It is lowering the $126,000 annual cost, the annual increase to $100,000. So it's taking out $26,075 and taking out the 2.5 cost of living increase. So it is now up before us, and it says the motion will be amended to $100,000 instead of $126,075 would be the new threshold of support and remove the cost of living increase. Does anybody want to speak to the amendment? Seeing no one, please use your icons to vote. That is carried, colleagues, so we would now be voting on the main motion as amended. So colleagues, we would now be voting on that the regional contribution for climate action WR will be increased from $37.50 to $100,000 as amended, so there is no cost of living clause in there, and the quantum has been changed. Please use your icons to vote. Councillor James? That is defeated, colleagues. We'll go on to the next notice of motion, again by Councillor McCabe. Improved transit service for Vista Hills neighborhood. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
Can I ask a staff question?
You can get in the queue. We already have somebody, but I don't have a seconder for this motion. Okay, Councillor Hunick is seconding it. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor McCabe. So you're saying every year take $5 million out of capital to put into operating?
Aren't we talking about the Vista, are we talking about Vista Hills?
Are we at the Vista one?
Yeah, Vista Hills.
I read ahead of myself. My apologies. I'll hang up now.
Councillor McCabe, do you want to talk to it? Speak to it?
Sure, just really briefly, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The Vista Hills, we've talked on a number of occasions, it's a transit desert. There's only one very limited bus providing service, and I really appreciate Commissioner Spooner and his team listening to the questions that the community and myself have asked over the last number of years to continue to say that people out there are looking for transit service, but then to add to the residents out there who are looking for transit service. This would also address the growing retail and the shopping area that's being built out at a rapid pace out in that area. There's Costco, there's all kinds of other, come shop there. There's lots of shopping opportunities out at the west end of Waterloo. But in addition, to kind of put the icing on the cake with this, Waterloo has a light industrial park, Generation Park, that we are starting to sell parcels of land, so there will be increased economic activity out there as well. So people who are looking to buy property out there are asking, is there transit service to this area? This is one of the things they're looking for prior to purchasing. So again, I appreciate staff coming back to me, as well as to Councillor Erb and Councillor Hunick, who represent Waterloo as well, to say, here's an opportunity to do this. So I would, again, look for your support. Thank you.
I'm just going to go back to Councillor Foxton. Did you have your question answered? Okay. Councillor Hunick.
Those of us in Waterloo know that transit to Vista Hills is a really important priority, and so we hope that you will support this. Just a question to Mr. Spooner. Mr. Spooner, I think this motion, which we all created together, assumed a certain level of staffing and service capacity. Maybe you could speak to how this will happen in the current climate if it's passed, considering the cuts that we weren't expecting today.
Through you, Chair. So just a quick on what this route will do. So it'll introduce a route from the boardwalk, one of our major transit hubs, by way of Platinum Drive up into Vista Hills. We'll also then connect Route 29 and 31, effectively removing the tail of Route 31 that doesn't go anywhere today. It reimagines the service in Northwest Waterloo. So it's a $700,000 gross cost inclusive of the FTEs I've identified there. We'll need 3 bus operators to operate this new route, as well as 1 bus technician for the maintenance of the bus increase. The challenge with this route and the reason you see a gross cost is it's likely in its infancy to have low cost recovery. We will go in and out of the neighborhood on the same route. It is low density housing through the northern part, but as we know, we now have multifamily and a lot of basement apartments, and Councillor McCabe did outline the commercial aspects and industrial aspects. So what you see there, it is an annualized cost of $700,000. We will start the service on September 1st, so we'd prorate that to the number of months later in the year. Thank you.
Can I just ask for clarification, Doug? So the $700,000 does not include the cost of 4 additional FTEs, which are 3 bus operators and a technician, correct?
Does include.
It does.
Does
Okay.
include.
I think that's what Councillor Foxton was looking for clarification. Councillor Erb.
Thanks, Chair Redmond. I want to. I've had many requests in the last 4 or 5 years for hood, and I'm very appreciative that he has responded. And as Councillor has said, this is a growing commercial transportation, not only for shopping but for employment opportunities as well. So I hope we can support this and give this neighborhood some public transportation. Thank you.
Councillor Urbanovich.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to move a referral or a deferral on this to the work that staff are doing, looking at the new bus plan going forward. There are many areas where there are requests for growth in quite frankly all 3 cities, in the townships, and so on. There's no question in my mind that there may be I've shopped there, I know this area. There would be a very good reason to consider this. But I also know that there's a number of requests that we've dealt with, including, quite frankly, to places of faith in our community where there's been long time requests and demand, including the Hindu temple on Bridge Street, including to the Sikh temple on the border between Kitchener and Wilmot. And numerous other areas in the community. And I think, to be fair, we need to look at this in the context of that bigger picture, and not really have somebody, one area jumping ahead of the rest of the community. And so I would move a deferral to when that report comes later this year.
So you're deferring this whole issue to a report that's coming back. Councillor Saladin, are you seconding it? And Doug, can I just ask, what would the timing of that be?
Through you, Chair. So our plan is to return with the GRT business plan, which includes a reimagined bus network, the township transit strategy, the fare strategy, the night network, all of those elements in April of 25. To seek conceptual approval, and then we would start presenting the service options in the 2026 plan and budget cycle. So this motion has been deferred and seconded. Do any of the people on the speaker list want to speak to the deferral? Councillor Deutschmann? Are you not hanging on my every word? Okay, there's a motion to defer. Do you want to speak to the deferral motion? Councillor Liggett, do you want to speak to the deferral?
Yes, I do. So would the deferral also include the last whereas where it talks about potentially the hypothetical of the shuttle?
So we're now dealing with the notice of motion that was brought forward on Vista Hills by Councillor McKee.
Yes.
Yeah, just to clarify, as part of what's in one of the whereases is that if this transit route was added, because it would go right up Herb Street, that it could potentially replace the shuttle bus that takes people from the managed encampment down. So, like as a cost savings, because they could take the bus. That's what.
That's what I'm,
That's what.
yeah,
she's
that's what I'm
referring-
asking. Yeah, so that's a hypothetical, so that would be included in
Yes.
looking in the plan. Okay,
Yes, the whole thing is deferred.
okay.
Councillor Hunick, do you want to talk to the deferral?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking to defer the whole issue.
Okay, so I see no further speakers. Please use your icons, and we are voting on the deferral of this motion for busing for Vista Hills, and it would come back as part of the GRT plan in April 2025. That carries, colleagues. We now have a notice of motion from Councillor McCabe on investment, income, and allocation calculation. There is a motion that has a notice of motion been brought forward by Councillor McCabe. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hunick is seconding it. Councillor McCabe, would you like to speak to this notice of motion?
Sure. Yes. And I guess to help us with this, I would throw it over to Commissioner Steffler if he would like to provide his thoughts on it, just to kind of move this along. But overall, part of what this is trying to do is to say we put approximately $21 million. It can give or take based on interest rates and investments. Performance and things like that. We put that into the capital reserve fund. I know how important capital is, but we also know that there's a lot of capital projects every year for a variety of reasons that we don't get to. And we know that construction costs are still really high, et cetera. So this proposal is to take, instead of the 20 to 21 million that goes into the capital reserve, is to remove 5 million from that and put that to the levy and put the remaining to modify that amount to 15 million. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. And that and 5 million be directed to the operating budget for the next 10 years, because we know that we need to look at capital in 10-year increments.
Wayne, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, through the chair. So I appreciate the concept of what we're trying to do here, but I have significant concerns with this from a financial sustainability perspective. Firstly, we had a good, recent year in terms of achieving the $20 million in return. If you look back over several years, we've achieved much lower than that. So we could be in a scenario where we couldn't even potentially cover the 5 million. The other thing to consider here too is that about 30% of our reserves are obligatory reserves. So that means we're required by statute or legislation to allocate a percentage of revenue or percentage of the revenue based on our returns to those reserves. Having this flat rate, we may not be able to do that. The other thing to think about here too is we had a recent review from Moody's. In that they specifically said that our reserves were low and that we should be putting more into our reserves. So this would, over the 10 years, reduce our reserves by $50 million. So I think that would be very concerning to them. And I wouldn't want to test them on that. When they tell you they're looking at downgrading you, they're serious. And coming back up from being downgraded, you may never come back up from that. And also too, if this was approved, I don't think we could approve the capital budget today. We'd have to take it back and redo that budget to see what was feasible. This could result, based on the plan we have now, significantly increasing the debentures that we're required to do, and we could have violations there in terms of how much we could actually borrow.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I'm opposed to using something like interest for the operating. I think we need to as hard as it is, I think we need to manage our operating year to year. I would be open to splitting the interest if it made financial sense between the capital reserve and the tax stabilization reserve until such time as it got up to a given level, whatever that level might be identified with. But I'm opposed to it as it is sits here.
What we did discuss, we do an allocation now of about 600,000 to the operating budget to allocate some of this interest. At one point, we were discussing adding 50% to that, about 300,000. I think something like that's reasonable in this interim that we could allocate. That allocation hasn't been looked at in some time. No. But there's also one other thing I want you to consider that we're about to embark on is we're doing a full asset management review. And so that's going to really inform our capital plan and where we're at in terms of capital. And what I will do in conjunction with that is a very thorough reserve and reserve fund analysis. So we'll look at where the reserve levels are. We'll determine, what levels they should be at. We can incorporate this as well. We can look at this interest allocation, what we think is appropriate, how we should allocate it. And so I would commit to do that in conjunction with that asset management review where you have a very fulsome report on our reserve levels, where we think they should be, and also on this interest allocation.
Thank you. Given that those comments, I am going to go back to Councillor McCabe.
So I would, absolutely accept the wisdom that you've provided there, and would be happy to withdraw this. And then if you would take that as direction to go, work with staff to look at the as you just articulated, to look at the income from investment, and to review that. Thank you. So I'll withdraw that motion.
Okay. Councillor Hunick, that's good with you being the seconder? Thank you. Okay, I don't want to truncate the conversation. I love spending time with all of you, and the night's still young. So I'm just going to go. Councillor Foxton, do you want to make comments now that it's been withdrawn?
No, the key must have decided to go alphabetical and put Sandy before me because I got bumped out, but that's fine, thank you. I'm glad
I'm just going by the list here.
Wonderful idea, Dorothy, but our reserves can't take it. And with the Mooney report, and we still want to be an innovative region. And if we had gone through with this, we would lose a lot of innovation.
So, Councillor Deutschman, I had you on the list as well.
Thanks. Just quickly, I just wanted to thank Councillor McCabe because I think it is an innovative look at something new and different. And we could look at a policy where a certain level of interest income, if there's a particularly good year, and then how we allocate the difference and still being reasonable in those exceptional years. So I'm glad that you're going to be looking at that in the new year. Thank you.
And if I can just sort of reinforce what Wayne has said and agree with the sentiments that have been expressed, we have policies for a reason. And if the policies aren't working, then we should look to change the policies as opposed to doing one-offs. It's that old expression that extreme crime make bad laws. So I would hope that we would always have our finger on what is the good policy and how we go forward. The next notice of motion is from Councillor Salonen, and it's waiving the development charges for Oh, do you know what? They made the speakers list disappear. I am sorry, Councillor Ivanovic. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm fine with what is being said, but I just want to clarify one thing that I thought I heard Mr. Steffler say. Mayor Nowak indicated it was something else, but someone externally also thought he heard what I heard. So I'm just want you to clarify. You haven't said that Moody's put us on notice. That you just said that you'd be worried that it may impact our Moody rate, correct?
Prior to my arriving here, council received a report from Moody's, and when I had a look at that, at that time they expressed concerns with us being able to maintain our AAA credit rating since our reserves are on the low end of when they look at their comparator municipalities, other regions, our reserves relative per capita are on the low end. And so they expressed concern on that.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize, Councilor Vanovich, but I also, Wayne, just to be clear, we know that that's a focus for them when they look at our finances, right? But not that we're going to be downgraded, but just that there's a focus now that our reserves are not where they should be. So we certainly don't want to go the other way. So now I really have nobody on the speakers list. So Councillor Salonen has a notice of motion to waive development charges for the Nith View Home long-term care facility. Councillor Salonen, is there a seconder for this motion? Okay, Councillor James. So Councillor Salonen, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. Colleagues, I know it's odd that I've been saying for the past 2 months that we need to cut down the budget, and I have a request of you all that adds to our budget. But if you all bear with me, in Wilmot, we have our one long-term care facility, which is Nith View Homes, and they have gotten provincial funding to expand their current complement up to 160 beds, and it's bringing it up to current standards, as their current existing facility will soon no longer meet the new provincial regulations, so they are looking at a full new build. With this, they are going to be providing homes for 160 seniors in our community, as well as they're going to be providing an additional over 100 new full-time positions in Wilmot for employees. And in Wilmot, we did, as a council, waive our DCs for them. I know, again, staff did bring forward a report about this already. However, the report didn't really get into the fact that if the province, and this is talking about semantics, which I never thought I would argue about, but that if the province saw long-term care as residential versus institutional, it would be waived under the Development Charges Act. But because they deem long-term care as institutional, it is not waived. And it is a non-for-profit long-term care facility, which again, the report that staff provided showed both institutions, but not ones that provide housing, as well as they showed long-term care homes, but that were for-profit. And those for-profit long-term care homes have the ability to offset their DCs by charging their residents, and Nithview does not have this option. So really we're talking about affordable housing options for seniors who have medical healthcare needs. Beyond that, like I said, there is the economic development component. And really when we're looking at what this means for our community by offsetting these DCs and putting them on the whole tax base is similar to what we were looking at and talking about earlier with our own long-term care home with Sunnyside. There's lots of pressure and continued need for support for residents in long-term care, and this would be direct funds that this organization would be able to put into quality care for their residents. In Wilmot, we did spread this impact over 4 years, and I would also point out that we have an aging population and people want to be able to age in place. And I think that our whole Growing with Care strategic plan, along with Homes for All and our economic development components in there, this really does highlight and leverage what we're trying to achieve in our strategic plan by being able to support this community organization by waiving their development charges. So with that, I hope that you will all at least consider supporting this, and thank you for the mic.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chairman. What is the amount of development charges that we would be waiving?
Through the chair, it's a little over 2 million.
Thank you.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this 2 million will go on to the back of the taxpayers because that would have to go back into the development charges, correct?
Through the chair, yeah, we actually, we could not waive it in the sense that maybe some of you are thinking because we have a DC bylaw. So what we would, and it doesn't fit the exemption criteria. So what you would do is you would give a grant to offset this. That's how you would do it. And it has to come from levy funds, the funding.
Okay, so the taxpayers then have to pay for that. So I don't understand, and now therefore be it resolved that the bullet point 3, like if we're already voting to do this, then what is the point of staff reporting back on the financial impact over a 2-year period?
Just to speak to that, really I had it in there if people wanted to put it over multiple years versus do it all on 1 year. But I'm fine with striking that to add clarity.
Councillor Leggett?
Yeah, I'm just really troubled by this because it's not as if we're just giving the money away. We have to put it back in, and so the taxpayers have to pay for it.
I assume that that's a statement.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks very much, Chair Redmond. And so I will be supporting this. It is strange to me that we're having to do this because they are not-for-profit and therefore should be able to be exempt. But because they've been viewed as institutional as opposed to residential for this purpose, they're not exempt. Whereas, as we know, long-term care beds are now being counted by the government towards our housing counts. So they are considered residential there. So I would ask, and I don't know if I can move an amendment because I seconded this, I think. Or Colleen seconded, so I can move an amendment that actually part of this motion also asks that we advocate to the province to ask them to make this, to make these facilities exempt when they're not for profits again, because that would be consistent with what's happened, and that would save us the $2 million in question, and go from there. On the issue of the funding, I guess it could, Mr. Steffler, the funding could come from tax stabilization. I believe over a couple of years. It doesn't have to come specifically from the levy.
So through the chair, we did do a report to council a couple of weeks ago to explain the intricacies of this. This long-term care homes, according to our DC bylaw, are considered commercial, not residential. So that's where we would be by our own bylaw limited in making an exemption here. So in that case, we would have to, if we would grant this, we would have to make up that funds and put that back into our DC bylaw to make that fund whole. So we couldn't handle it the way you're describing. That wouldn't help us. It's because of the DC bylaw that we've developed.
Bylaw,
it's our bylaw.
Yeah. We'd have to go back and recast our bylaw or we'd have to restate our bylaw, but that it doesn't go retroactive. It would only be going forward. We could restate it to put this in as an exemption, and then you recalculate your forecast for what's required in terms of funding, and that's how you set your bylaw, your rate.
That, and nor would we want to reopen it for just an item like this, because then it reopens everything quite frankly. So yeah, I mean, I think in this instance, though, the waiving makes sense. And I'll just remind council, this isn't the first time we've waived DCs. There have been a few other instances, I believe, around the hospices and so on, where we've done some of that in the past as well, if I remember correctly.
Chris, can you confirm that DCs have been waived? Okay.
Through you, Chair. I'll check with the staff member on the line, but I'm not sure. Let me check.
Sorry, Chris, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I'm not sure. I can check with a staff member and see if we can get a response on that.
All right, I'm going to go on to Councillor Verbanovich. Those are your comments.
Yes, thank you.
Going to go on to Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand the need for this development to take place in New Hamburg, and I know Northview has done an excellent job. I've had family and friends that have been there, have been well served, but I, in good conscience, cannot support this. We had a list provided to us 2 or 3 weeks ago where we said no to many other organizations that fell into the same kind of category, which included long-term care. I had representatives from a long-term care contact me within the last year asking for relief, and I said it was contrary to our bylaw, and they decided to take that as advice after talking to staff, and so unfortunately I'm not prepared to support this. I think it's setting a dangerous precedent for us. I understand why individual municipalities, where they're in our 7 partner municipalities, might allow an exemption, but for the region to do that and consider all of the other long-term care facilities that may be built in our region, I just think it's setting a dangerous precedent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond again. There was a comment made in the preamble that seniors like to age in place, but this is not aging in place, is it? It's aging in a senior's home. Is that correct?
Just to clarify, aging in place has multiple definitions. I was referring to in community as a whole.
Okay. Yeah, it's the price tag that's bothering me. We couldn't support the food bank with $2 million, so this doesn't line up for me. Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. As Councillor Erb was saying, that he kind of preempted my comments, but I think this would open us up to all long-term care facilities asking for equity and in DC exemptions. And I know in Cambridge we have some happening now, and some other people looking to apply for increasing the long-term care facilities. So I've got grave concerns about this motion.
Thank you.
The financial implications. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more speakers, so I'm going to ask people to vote on this motion. It's been moved and seconded. Please use your icons to vote. Colleagues, that is defeated. The next notice of motion is from Councillor Wolf on the Heritage Foundation, and it is to give them funding in this fiscal year of $75,000. Is there somebody to second that notice of motion? Moved by Councillor Craig. Councillor Liggett, do you want to get on the speakers list? Please go ahead. You're on mute, Jan.
No, I was going to second it, but I see Councillor Craig seconded it. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf?
Through you, Madam Chair. As you remember, hopefully, on the delegate night, the chair of our Waterloo Regional Heritage Foundation was here, and he explained how, with their strategic review, they had carefully reviewed its grant application process to align with the recently updated definition of heritage to ensure a more inclusive approach to the grant awarding process through the equity, diversity, and inclusion funding stream. During the time from 2022 to now, this committee was not funded by the region, while members of the committee worked with a consultant and staff to come up with new criteria for grants that included projects, buildings, or publications within the region of Waterloo that promote or foster equity, diversity, inclusion, reconciliation, and accessibility. As of January 1st, 2025,
the committee would like to, again, begin handing out grants. There is a sort of a backlog over the last 2 years where no grants were handed out. So they are in need of funding. They are aware that we're on a tight budget year. Normally, they actually traditionally were done with a per capita funding, which most probably, he said, I think, was $160,000 they would be eligible for. Traditionally, we've been given, I think, $100,000 preceding the 2 years. John asked for $75,000, which I think is a reasonable request from the committee. I think it's very important that they get back on the budget line, and I think it's very important that as a region, we begin to once again support heritage. I know in Cambridge, through grants from this committee, Central Presbyterian Church, if you ever go to Queen Square, the center, the slate roof, which has cost millions, has been not paid for by this committee, but supported by this committee. So I encourage you to vote for this motion.
I have no other speakers. Councillor Craig is a seconder. Do you want to speak to it?
No, I certainly agree with Councillor Wolf's commentary with regards to the necessity and moving ahead with it.
Councillor James.
Thank you. Just through, in terms of this committee, I'm wondering if Julian can maybe speak to like when we last had, an update on this committee, or if there's a report. When did they come to council? They came last month?
They came, the delegate came.
The delegate came, but have we had a report from staff?
So it's a duly constituted committee of council, and Councillor Salonen and Wolf sit on it, and I go when I can. It is long-standing, and it gives grants out. It suspended the grants. I believe they have over $100,000 in the bank currently because they have not been accepting applications. And they did the EDI work, and now they are going to accept applications. So the Heritage Foundation is a real thing, and they've been around for quite a while.
It's late.
I hope that fills in some of the background.
Okay, all right, okay, I'm good, thank you.
I see no other speakers, and Councillor Hunick.
I wasn't going to ask it. Chair Redmond, if they already have $100,000 in the bank and they haven't given out awards in 5 years, why do they need $75,000 more?
So I think I'm going to look to Councillor Wolf to answer that, but I think the intention was to get back into the regular funding stream because they've suspended applications for a year.
Yeah, and there's this pent-up built need. I mean, even for Central Presbyterian, who still needs money, you know, they have given at times $100,000 as a grant. Not always, but I mean, often the region. For instance, I was on the Heritage Committee for the City of Cambridge, and our typical grants were often $5,000 because we had a smaller budget. And I'm sure that Kitchener has a Heritage Committee, other people, other places do. But if we want to maintain the heritage in our region and encourage people to keep up their heritage buildings, we do have to have a grant. We do have to have this grant process. And I think at one point originally it was, instead of giving someone a tax deduction for property tax, if you have a designated home, they decided not to do that, and they sort of came up with this grant process. Anyway, there is a need for the grants. If the $100,000 is basically all the money they have.
They do need some money, and again, they would like to get back on the budget line. Normally, we have given them 100,000 a year. That's all I can say.
Councillor Hunick, does that answer your question?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You may.
So the $100,000 will not cover the grants for 2025?
At this point, we don't know because the application process is just opened. It will open, we'll be granting from January 1st on.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further speakers, so I'm going to ask everyone to vote on this notice of motion. It's been moved and seconded, and this is to flow $75,000, I can count zeros, to the Heritage Foundation. So basically to reinstate their funding, but at a lower rate than has been historic.
Sorry, that was meant to be a no, not a yes. It's late.
It happens.
That is defeated, colleagues. Colleagues, there's two more notices of motion, and because of some personal issues, Councillor Williams is not here. The first was cultural programs, and the second was an anti-hate campaign. So I'm going to deal with the first one, 12.10, and ask, excuse me, is there anybody that would want to move that notice of motion in Councillor Williams' absence? Councillor Foxton and Councillor James. So if we go down to the therefore be it resolved that the Arts Fund amount pause for 2025 to allow reassessment of the fund and to evaluate, review, and increase to a more appropriate amount and distribution model for the 2026 going forward. So this is basically asking to suspend the funding for an additional year before we can decide how we are going to flow fund. So my understanding of the read is that it would be paused and therefore not be in the 2025 budget, but be reinstated in 2026 is how I read that.
Okay, yeah, so I just wanted to clarify that. So then that would be a reduction to the tax levy because we take this out of the budget. To reinstate it, we then have to reintroduce it in the budget process in 2026 as a budget pressure.
So how did we handle the Heritage Foundation when they have not been allocating any applications for the year? And the Arts Fund did the same when they were looking at coming up to speed with being a more diverse representative committee of the region. Chris, do you know?
Through you, Chair, for the Heritage Fund, we removed the budget allocation for them, and it's still out of the budget. So that was an adjustment we made a number of years ago through the budget, and it has not been reinstated yet.
So if we were to do the same for the Arts Fund, if this were to go through, then we would remove that amount and look at reinstating it in the next budget year when we have decided what the allocation because it does say the appropriate allocation and does talk about process as well.
Through you, Chair, that's correct. We would just remove the entire budget allocation, and then it would be brought forward through the 2026 budget for whatever amount would be appropriate.
So with that clarification, Councillor Ravanovich.
Okay. I guess I was a little surprised that that's what's being proposed. I thought that what I read the motion to be is to simply hold the money in abeyance in like a capital fund and not give it out this year. But that would mean that we're pulling it out, and we're potentially going to have another initial hit on an already challenging budget next year. So I think people just need to keep that in mind if we take it out. And I think we all are aware also that the symphony's trying to get itself going again. We pulled their funding out of the budget and are likely going to get a mid-year ask for some funding that we're going to need to try to find. So I just caution people on that.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair. It's come up a couple of times, but I just want to ask, do we know what the number is for next year? You've referenced it and Councillor Urbanovic's referenced it as well. It's in terms of a caution, but I'm just wondering, have we been told what a number is for next year?
As far as the overall budget?
Well, you've said it's going to be a hard year next year, and Councillor Urbanovich is saying it's going to be a hard year next year. You're right. So, okay, so that's the source. Okay, so I'm wondering, what do we know? I just wondered, because some places will say, well, next year is going to be this and that, and do we know that for next year at all?
I can say with absolute conviction that next year will be 2026.
No, but you said but you said the budget will be difficult next year.
Yes, I read, I listen. I do believe that it is going to continue to be a challenge to deal with the growth that is already happening here with the services that we deliver. But I think Julian is happy to speak to the Arts Fund if you care to hear.
Oh, okay. I'll talk after, sure.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I believe the figure that's in the motion is correct. It's 353,538 is the budgeted amount for this year, or for next year, sorry.
Yeah, that's not what, thank you for that, but we're talking about what is the tax levy rate increase going to be for next year in terms of our overall budget.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, no problem. That's what we were kind of talking about. But anyway, that aside, I appreciate it's on informed speculation, so I understand. Okay. So one of the things I was going to amend this, though, because in the last line it says review and increase to a more appropriate amount. I think you just say a review the amount and distribution model for 2026. I don't want to commit us to anything in particular in terms of an increase specifically, in case that's not appropriate. I appreciate what Councillor Urbanovich is saying. I think rather than put the money aside, if we're not going to be distributing it to the arts this year, then let's take it out of the budget and then put it back in after. That's my.
Thank you. And Councillor Deutschman, are you saying that you would like to amend it and take and review what a more appropriate amount would be and not put the increase in?
Correct.
Okay.
Take out the increase part. That's my amendment.
Do I have consensus that is there anybody that objects to taking out the word increase? Okay.
I just have a point of order.
We're good with that. Councillor Shantz.
Sorry, can I ask a point of order? I'm pretty sure I'm right this time. Since Councillor Williams is not here and can't speak to whether she is okay with the amendment, should we take her name off of it?
Yes,
because
it's been Sue and Cole.
Okay.
That has already happened.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to be decent.
Good question.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Are there organizations that are desperately expecting to be funded from this? I know last year we ran into some issues when we were shuffling some funds around, and what might those be?
So through the chair, if I could speak to a couple of the points. It is true that at this very moment, we don't have a plan for distributing funds for 2025, although there wasn't a plan in the previous year either. We have just got through we're just actually currently in the distribution of the funds for this year in our work with the Community Foundation. So that has gone well for this year. We are in the receipt of the draft final report from our review that we did with KPMG on arts funding as well. So that report will be coming forward to CLT and through council presently. So it is technically true that we don't have a plan right this second for distributing these funds, but we do have a report coming forward with recommendations, and we do have a successful previous year of doing this. And there will be organizations that are looking for these funds, and actually more importantly would be the individual artists, because this is really the only way that individual artists get grant funding from the regions, and the bulk of the fund is actually to individual artists. So we would be putting our funding of art projects within the region on pause for a year.
So just for further clarification, in your response to Councillor Shantz, do we have a mechanism to distribute the arts funding money that is referenced in this motion in this year? So in 2025, in that budget year, do we have a mechanism to distribute that money to individual artists?
At the moment, we don't.
Okay.
But we do have the time and the ability to do it, as we did in the previous year.
With an external organization?
Or even internally. I mean, that's one of the recommendations that the report will be looking at, and it'll come forward to council.
Councillor Shantz.
I'm inclined to wait until we get that report, and then the difficulty will be that the money won't be there to distribute, but it would be really nice to have this sort of packaged a little bit better.
So I guess my question would be, if this motion were to be defeated, the money would stay in the budget and flow through a report, because the arts fund money that is referenced in this motion is currently in the budget.
Correct.
So I guess those would be our options, colleagues. Councillor Shantz?
So if we pass this, though, will the money still be sitting there? Then it's gone. So if we defeat it, the money will sit there until we decide what to do with it.
Okay. Councillor James.
Yeah, I think Councillor Shantz just clarified what I was asking. If we defeat this, then the money will stay there as opposed to passing it. And I do know with Councillor Williams that the next motion she has kind of complements this one, just to put that out there before we get ahead.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Yes, the next one, she's asking for $300,000 to go through an anti-hate campaign. So that's what I'm assuming that she wanted, was the Arts Fund's money for 2025 to go to this anti-hate campaign. So it doesn't disappear from the budget, it just gets diverted for a year. I'm pretty sure that's what she wanted. Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. With the knowledge that we've been slashing budgets and making lower tax increases all day long, and the knowledge that we might not distribute the funds in 2025, but we want to keep it in there or refrain from a major sticker shock in 2026, I'm wondering about the feasibility of cutting it in half for 2025 so that it's up to par for 2026. Can I propose that as an amendment? Is that within my purview? And if you hate it, vote it down. Just a thought. Chair Edmund, can I make that amendment?
Can you repeat what that amendment is, Councillor Hunick?
So I'm proposing that we cut the grant amount by 50% with the expectation that the full amount be distributed in 2026.
Is there anybody who can second that? I don't see a seconder, so...
That's fine. I'm glad it's dead. Just thought I'd put it out there.
Okay, we've got many miles and a lot of decisions to make, so I'm going to go to Councillor Wolf, and then I'm going to call the question. Councillor Wolf?
I'm also not in favor of taking it out of the budget. And I'm also a little angry, a little disappointed that we have two organizations, the Heritage Village
Foundation.
Foundation that took time to explore equity, diversity, inclusion. The Heritage Group, which did, and they are both basically, after being off, doing the work, ready to come back, told there's no money. So there's a real danger in taking the money out of the budget and not leaving it there, because what I'm seeing is it's very difficult to get it back, even when you've gone away to do the work that this council has asked you to do.
So colleagues, we have the notice of motion before us. It has been moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor James. Please use your icons to vote. If this is successful, the money will come out, and if it fails, the money will stay, and there will be a report coming back as to how that would be distributed. Correct, Julian?
If that's correct.
Okay, that notice of motion is defeated. The next one is anti-hate campaign. And it is therefore be resolved, we allocate $300,000 in 2025 to launch an anti-hate campaign through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan to actively combat hate in our community. And that is being moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor James. You're on the list? Yeah, you are. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Our hate statistics are very bad in this region, and that is a problem. And I think that we do need to work on that. However, I believed that staff were working on that regardless of this motion. Is that true? And if it is true, I wonder, do we have any background knowledge of how this amount of $300,000 was arrived at?
So Connie, is this a question you can handle?
Yes, but I have a question of clarification, if that's okay. Sure. So the first question I can answer. The second question, I think, is for the councillor bringing the motion forward in terms of how they arrived at the amount. So I can speak to estimated costs and those things, but certainly can't speak to the councillor's intention.
So do you want to talk about the costs?
Sure. So through the chair, so yes, staff have been working together through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and have made a commitment to an anti-hate campaign. The City of London is currently in year 2 of their anti-hate campaign. And so staff have gone down to London to meet with their staff to better understand what the projected costs are, how they did that work, what the community engagement looked like. Our first initial look at what the cost of the campaign would be about in the range of $315,000. That said, staff have been planning to work with community partners and have already had some community partners expressed interest in putting dollars towards funding of this campaign. So certainly our intention isn't to have the region shoulder the full cost of such an important community-wide initiative, but certainly there are significant costs associated with executing this type of a campaign.
Thanks, Connie. Councillor Hunick?
I think what I'm hearing from Commissioner McDonald is that the $300,000 is actually suitable, would actually go to a specific purpose that staff is also in agreement with, perhaps. Is that accurate? Or is the $300,000 in the motion in addition to the $315,000 for the anti-hate campaign?
The $300,000 in the motion would enable the majority of that work to move forward based on preliminary budget projections.
Okay, thank you. I will be supporting this.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I thought this $300,000 would change people's attitudes and would change people's actions and change people's words, then I would support this. But I find that it doesn't matter whether we spend the 300,000 or not. People are going to do what they're going to do. It's the nature of us as human beings. And I think that it's as much as we want to do this and as much as we all feel sick about this sort of thing, this isn't going to change people. It's not going to change who they are. And I find it's a performative motion because it's something that makes us feel good by doing this, but it's not going to make any changes to the people who just are just bad human beings. So I can't support this motion. I don't think it's money well spent.
Thank you. Councillor Urbanovich.
Thank you very much. And I guess my question on the funding piece of it is, so we're looking at, this is looking at 1 year funding. There is no funding source currently, so presumably it would either come out of tax stabilization or be added for a year to base and then taken out, if I understand correctly. I guess an alternative might be, what's the fund that we created, made permanent, I think last year, we put $1 million into it.
Capacity building or upstream fund?
Either or. I'm wondering if, in fact, because the work that we're talking about actually aligns with both of those areas, I'd actually move an amendment to that we allocate up to $150,000 from each of those two funds for a total of $300,000 for this work. And I understand where Mayor Liggett's coming from, but I do have a different view. I do believe that these kinds of things can be successful in changing attitudes, and quite frankly, until we try, we won't know. And so, my amendment would be that the funding actually not change our base, but it come from those two existing funds, which would still leave $850,000 in each of them.
So before I ask for a seconder for that, I'm just going to ask Connie to speak to, because the way those funds are dispersed is through community leadership, and I don't know that it's an easy transfer, but I'd ask Connie to speak to it.
So the Community Capacity Building Fund is used to grant funding to organizations that are led by Indigenous, racialized, and other marginalized individuals in the community to help build organizational capacity for them to have initiatives that align with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. The funding is allocated through a community-led committee. They receive applications, and then the funding is distributed. If council were to decide to use the Community Capacity Building Fund to fund the campaign, we would need to reduce the funding envelope for the Community Capacity Building Fund by that amount for the community to consider applications.
Right, and so that's what my amendment's really looking to do for that 1 year, for the 1 year, that we reduce it to $850,000. And again, there may be a process that we develop in terms of how some of these groups may access the 300,000. But I think we need to be able to do it within the existing funds and not add new ones.
Can Wayne or Chris remind us how how big the capacity building fund is?
Through you, Chair, the 2025 budget includes $1 million for the Community Capacity Building Fund and $1,890,000 for the Upstream Fund.
Okay. So Councillor Urbanovich is moving that amendment. Is there anybody to second it? I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, Councillor Salonen. Anybody that's on the list, we will be speaking to that amendment.
I'll speak to the amendment.
Well, you get on the list then. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The basis of the upstream fund and the capacity building fund is for organizations who historically or, represent equity deserving groups, and the programs that they are doing, the need that is there is, it's instrumental to community, and we've saw a reduction in funding last year. And I've had the opportunity to visit some of these groups that are supporting young girls, 2S LGBTQ plus community. They are focused on the positive and the celebratory and the bringing together of community aspects. And I think when you start to mix together something that is celebratory, that is bringing people together, that is building capacity. And then we got to take some of that money to deal with the hate and racism. I think it doesn't bode well. I think with this, these organizations are desperately need this funding to do those programs that they have. You don't want to mix the two. Councillor Williams, when she had spoken to me about this, she sits on the Community Safety Wellbeing Committee and was very intentional with how she had this set up. I think it'll have a greater impact if we take. It may seem like a small amount of money, but to these organizations, it can be. It literally can be life-changing, or in a positive or negative way, if we reduce this funding, even if it is for 1 year, because they're critical. And I'll leave it at that. I won't support the amendment. I think this is being a part of those groups and seeing what they're doing and the impact. The funding's already been reduced. I think it would be it would have a snowball impact that we may not be able to really understand, but they will.
So, Councillor Foxton, speaking to the amendment.
Thank you. First off, to respond to Jan, if I may, is I was that ugly person before, and you guys have all saved me. Anyways, getting on with it. I think, and I'm assuming here, that Kerry's intention was to freeze the arts fund and take the $300,000, and I'm guessing, and put it towards this for the year. So she didn't want it depleted from the budget, but she wanted it transferred over to this for 1 year. That's what I'm assuming, because they were right back to back, and the amounts are so close, and she sits on the other, the committee group, and I'm hoping we'll seriously look at that in the light of what she was thinking, and not shut it off and allow that to happen.
So you're speaking to the amendment,
I'm
you're
not supporting the motion.
Okay.
I'm supporting the amendment. I'm supporting that we follow her motion using the arts fund.
We've already dealt with the arts fund, so this is a separate notice of motion. Councillor Deutschman, speaking to the amendment. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I have a question, and forgive me if it's already been answered, because it's getting late and my brain is getting fuzzier by the minute. The anti-hate campaign, I think, was being proposed by the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and Connie, you referenced 315,000 or whatever it was. Where were we anticipating to get that from?
Thank you, and through the chair. So staff have just started putting a preliminary budget together. Our intention, not having committed funding to the campaign, was to seek partners, sponsorships, and grant funding for the campaign. The City of London did receive a $500,000 provincial grant to fund their campaign, which they also had a lot of funding matched by different partners.
Councillor Shantz?
Thank you. This isn't really speaking to the amendment, but I would I would support that kind of an activity here. I think we can get the funding from elsewhere.
And Councillor Hunick, you've been very patient.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize that you saw me on the list already. I am not in support of the amendment because for me, it seems very problematic to take money that was intended for marginalized groups to use it for a problem caused by the majority. That sends the wrong message. So I cannot support the amendment. Thank you.
So I'm going to go back to Councillor Vanovich to talk to the amendment, and then I'm going to call the question.
Yeah, very briefly. I mean, the amendment will go the way it goes. I think to be very clear, there's $2.8 million that we set up 2 years ago that didn't exist before that. This work is all interconnected, and hence why I've made the amendment, because we can't just keep adding. And the motion was up to $150,000 from each, which would also allow for the kind of thing that Ms. McDonald talked about, which is, the potential for grants and other sources of funding. So it may, in the end, not, in fact, even be the full $150,000. But anyway, we'll see where the vote goes, and we'll go from there.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. Please use your icons to vote on the amendment, which is the $300,000 be drawn from the Community Capacity Building Fund and the Upstream Fund in the 2025 to launch an anti-hate campaign through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Colleagues, that is defeated, so we are back to the main motion. Councillor Deutschmann, did you want to speak to the main motion?
Yes, thank you. I just needed some clarity from the people who are on that committee. So I was under the understanding that there was a plan coming forward, so then I assumed that would have a budget with it, and the plan would be executed, but it sounds like there's no funds. And I didn't know if this was jumping the gun. It's like saying 300,000. Is this the right amount? Shouldn't we wait to have a plan first and then move forward based on what Commissioner McDonald is saying about, getting grants and matching funds and all that sort of thing? So that was just I was just curious whether there was actually something or not. So maybe someone who's on the committee or somebody can explain to me. Unless I have it correct, then I'm fine, but maybe I have it wrong. So,
Connie, can you sort of sketch out for us what the way forward would be in creating an anti-racism campaign?
Yeah, so the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan is largely a complex community initiative that is unfunded and done through in-kind resources of many different community partners. As one of our 4 priorities, there's a combating hate action table, and that's made up of 30 different community leaders from all across Waterloo region, our school boards, our universities, Conestoga College, grassroots organizations, and they've begun to meet to develop the objectives under the Combating Hate Action Plan. One of those objectives is the development of a campaign, which is just starting to scale up. They're starting to look at what the campaign will look like and developing a budget, which is why we have not been yet able to come to you with what the campaign exactly will look like. I hope that answers some of the questions.
Councillor Deutschmann, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful. And I'm confident in saying, in speaking to Councillor Williams about this, that as Councillor Foxton had indicated, she was tying the 2 motions that she had forward together. So no doubt her anticipation of funding this 300,000 was coming from a one-time opportunity if we had moved the other. So, I hate to be in this situation, but I don't support this only in the sense that I'd rather see the plan coming forward and do this in an organized way and ensure then that we have a plan in place and we're targeting the right funding for that plan. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I've got 2 more speakers, Councillor James and then Councillor Shantz.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I can agree with the thought that, there isn't a plan and we need to have the plan, but I think we also need to be able to do both together. So having at least some funding that they can at least start to build from. And I know in the city of London, theirs was about 500,000. Toronto has had anti-racism campaigns as well. These are educational campaigns, making people aware. And Councillor Liggett, I know you made some remarks that, people cannot change. And I will tell you, I've done this work for 10 years and people can change, mindsets can change, the way people's behaviors can change. It is my firm belief that the people who are ignorant, who do have ideologies that are very exclusionary are the exception and not the rule in society. And, I have my Divanify book here, and one of the first quotes in it says, "Make every effort to change the things you do not like. If you cannot make a change the way you have been thinking. You may find a new solution." From Maya Angelou. So people can change, we can grow. It's a growth mindset, and I think having an anti-racism campaign is, we probably should have had it years ago as far as I'm concerned, but we do need to invest some funds. Maybe it's not 300,000, maybe it's half of that to get you started, and then you can, if there are community partners, which there should be, to invest in this, to show holistically how this can be done and model the way. I think you need something to work with. You can't have a plan without having some resources, especially in this type of work. So I would be happy to make an amendment to this to say 150,000 to start off, and I would make that open call to community partners and area municipalities to also provide some funding where they can, and that this come from the funds that are held for the Arts Fund for the 1 year. So we're taking that, or it could come, I don't want to touch the tax stabilization reserve fund, but in honoring kind of Carrie and Councillor Williams and what she was thinking, take 150 from that amount held, and at least to help get this started.
So that's an amendment. Is there somebody to second it? Okay, Councillor Hunick is going to second it. I'm going to go to Wayne or to Chris perhaps, just to say, certainly the quantum is 150,000. The suggestion is that the money that was left in the budget for the Arts Fund would be tapped for this for 1 year. Can we do that, or is there a preferable way to fund this? You could call a friend too if you want, Chris.
Yeah, through you, Chair. We could reduce the arts budget by 150,000, like restate 150,000 from the Arts Fund for the purpose of this in 2025, and then reverse that in 2026. If we have that direction to do so, we can make that adjustment.
So that is possible. So that was your intention, Councillor James? Councillor Hunick is good with that?
Yes.
I am, if that's what's going to cause it to pass. I don't know what's the issue with adding only 150 to the levy. I don't think that's a lot.
And this $150,000 would then go to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund?
For 1 year.
For
just
1
to
year
make sure
for
that
an anti-racism
to help that plan
campaign.
get started, so it can be some tangibles around that.
Okay, I've got Councillor McCabe.
Didn't we just vote? I'm okay.
Okay, Councillor Wolf.
Didn't we just vote against that? In our motion for the 350,000, didn't we vote to keep it in the budget? And now we're taking 150 out? Like, isn't that against, like, is that reconsideration? Or what, to me it's...
The amendment for the Arts Fund failed, so the money is still in the budget.
Right, that's what I mean. And
But
now
there is
we're
no
we're voting to take 150 out. So, but it's still taking it out
And it's still not in the arts, but it's not in the arts fund. Well, they are. They said that I just haven't.
Okay, we're just going to take a break here because we're clarifying this.
Bathroom break too?
No, sorry.
No, do you know what? Before anybody moves, we need a motion to extend, and I know that Councillor Foxton loves that motion. Could I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hunick. Could you please use your e-scribe to vote on extension? And then, Councillor Verbanovich, I would be happy to provide a bio break for everyone. Like notionally. to the community safety and well-being. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor James?
Yes, okay, so with clarifying, so I'd like to amend it to be 150,000 to the tax stabilization reserve fund, the one time.
From?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Moved by Councillor Deutschmann. Is there anybody that wants to speak to that amendment? Councillor Shantz?
I can speak to it. I guess I can live with it, but you know what? We've been struggling all day with what is ours to do and what isn't ours to do, and sometimes we let the community off the hook when we take over things, and so this hasn't been an ask from the community. I in as much as it's an ask from Councillor Williams, but you know, the group had another avenue to get the funds, so I'm struggling a bit with it.
Councillor McCabe, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, yes, thank you, through you, Chair. I'm likewise with Councillor Shantz, sort of the same mindset, and I'm really reluctant to pull money away from the Arts Fund. And I also, my understanding is with the work that London did, that they were successful in getting a grant from the provincial government, was my understanding. And so I would prefer that as Connie explained, that the group come together, do the work, create a report, come back and make the request that outlines, you know, what it is they need funding for, look for some of the sources from the province, possibly the feds, possibly community, as Councillor Shantz suggested. Thank you.
So Councillor McCabe, just to clarify, this is coming from the tax stabilization fund, not the arts fund.
Either.
That's fine. I just want to clarify that. Councillor Wolf?
And look at this. Through you, Madam Chair. I think I'm voting against the amendment. I don't like taking. Is this money coming still from the Arts Fund, did you say? Or
No,
not?
it is coming from the tax stabilization fund. We're not dealing with the arts fund.
Okay.
We spoke of that
and again-
earlier, but Councillor James did not have a seconder, so this is a different motion.
Okay, so this is 150,000 from the tax stabilization fund to go into,
Community safety and well-being for an anti-hate campaign.
and I think I would still prefer that we listen to the plan and apply for the grants, similar to the City of London, and get the money that way.
Thank you. So my suggestion would be that if people feel that way, don't support this, and we will move forward. Councillor Foxton?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to support it on behalf of Carrie.
Okay. Councillor Hunick?
Sorry, a comment was just made a moment ago that the community wasn't asking for this. I thought that they did when they came for community engagement, or to delegate to council on December 3rd. Can someone clarify my memory from me? I thought that they did ask for this.
Connie?
Through the chair, I can confirm that we've heard from many community members asking for us to do a campaign.
Okay. I don't see anybody on the list that hasn't spoken a couple times, so I'm going to call the question. And we're voting on an allocation of $150,000 from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund in 2025 to launch an anti-hate campaign through Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan to actively combat hate in our community. So please use your e-scribe to vote on this amendment. Colleagues, the amendment is defeated, so we'll now put up the main motion. I will read out the motion we're voting on once it's up. Can somebody scroll down to the therefore be it resolved? Therefore, be it resolved that we allocate $300,000 in 2025 to launch an anti-hate campaign through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan to actively combat hate in our community. And there is no funding source. So again, I'm going to call the question and ask you to use your icons to vote on this. Councillor James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, I feel compelled to speak to this, and I know this will get defeated, but I want to, you know, speak to colleagues around this table who maybe are not impacted by hate daily, that there is a serious crisis in this community when it comes to hate and hate-based crimes and acts. And I know that it seems like we need to have the plan and the thing right away. I can tell you right now, if you don't experience being followed around in a store like I do, like my family does, or being told that you have to sit at the back of the restaurant when you know you should be sitting anywhere you want to be denied jobs based on your name because people can't pronounce it. So, you know, while you defeat this, know that there is a need for us to actually do something. And everybody, not just us at the region, but everybody. And Councillor Williams sits on the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan and recognize the need. So just some things to consider as you defeat this, waiting for the plan, that this is actually impacting people every single day. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you to use your icons to cast a ballot, recognizing that if this motion is defeated, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Steering Committee is still working on a plan, and I would expect that that plan would come back at a future date with our partners in the community, because I do think, Councillor James, as you state very eloquently, it needs to be an all-of-community plan.
Point of order.
Chair, my name's on the list. Can I speak to it, please?
Sure. The vote's going on, but go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear that I fully support the plan and I fully support the program. But right now, we can put the money in there and nothing will happen with it. When the plan comes forward, we can still access the tax stabilization reserve, and I suspect we will once we see exactly what it is. So understand that I am not opposed in any way to the program. I think we need to go ahead with it.
I just want to be sure that if we vote this down now, this won't require a motion to reconsider when staff's report comes in a month or two.
No, we will not.
Okay.
So colleagues, while that is defeated, I think there's a real consensus that there is support for a report to come back through Community Safety and Wellbeing, and continue to work with our partners to flesh out what a Made in Waterloo Region anti-hate and racism initiative would look like. So the next notice of motion is from Councillor Deutschman, the capital program. And we have a notice of motion. Councillor Deutschman, do you want to speak to it? Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Foxton? Councillor Deutschman?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So my motion was thrown in just to preserve the information that was provided in the report that had suggested some capital program changes. And two of them had specific dollar amounts. One was the $2 million deferral. And then there was another one for 400 and something on something. And then the other ones, there was a whole list that were talking about, I believe, delaying investment or deferring investment for a year, and would have no impact in 2025, but would have impact in 2026. So I'm just going to turn to staff to explain what I could not explain in more detail for my colleagues around the table here, to give us some information so we can decide whether it's worth looking further into.
So, Councillor Deutschman, can I just say that I am thrilled by your very technical description of what this motion means. Councillor McCabe, I see you on the list, but I'm going to go to Wayne and have him explain the capital program, and then I will take speakers. So, Wayne, over to you.
I'm going to pass it to Jennifer, who put together that motion, or that deferral.
Thank you, Commissioner Steffler. It's well past my bedtime, just so everyone knows, but I'm going to do my best here. So we had the $2 million deferral on the hybrid shelter 2.0. This is an Appendix D, if anyone wanted to follow along. This is because we have no land identified at this time. For Walker's Road, this is a roads construction project. We're suggesting we can do a reduction of $465,000 contribution to the Transportation Capital Reserve from operating, but that will need to be reinstated in 2026. For the other items that were on the list in Appendix D, there's facility renewal for non-Waterloo Region housing, facilities renewal for Waterloo Region housing, and facilities large capital. And I'd like to actually go through those in a little bit more detail, and then the Commissioner Steffler can speak about how how there's potential reduction in future debt servicing costs. So for the facilities renewal for non-Waterloo Region housing, we have a $3.895 million deferral option before council. And I had staff go back and look at all of the items that are in that 3.895 so we could really understand what was in there. And they did do that. And this was for the non-Waterloo Region housing. So they did go in and they prioritized the work that they want to continue doing this year. And then they did suggest, though, out of that 3.7 million, that 2 million can still be deferred. So in the 1.7 million, we would prefer not to be deferred things like water infiltration repairs, fire alarm upgrades, roof replacements, plumbing replacements, things like that. In the items that can still be deferred are some painting, some not as critical roof replacements, mason repairs. So we can let those go for a bit, but it will impact the future because instead of doing a bit of masonry repair, we'll have to do a larger masonry repair if we don't do it now. For the Waterloo Region housing renewal work, we identified 3.4 million that could be deferred, and this includes things like tree planting, painting, fencing, and guardrails, that kind of thing. But we prefer not to defer $2.5 million because this is a roof replacements, replacing CO2 and smoke detectors, kitchen renovations, electrical upgrades, playground replacement, and this is for our Waterloo Region housing stock. So this is where the people live who, in the like this is, we're essentially the landlord for the people who live in these areas. And the work we do there from a renewal perspective really makes their quality of life better. So I just wanted to highlight those from a renewal perspective. For the large capital for facilities, I also had the team go back and take a look and speak with our client groups about the projects and what we could do there. Many of the projects are already under design. If we cancel any of the design contracts with our consultants, we will incur a large cost there. So I advise staff through with my client groups to continue with design work for two reasons. One is that, again, the cancellation of the consulting contracts would cost us money, but many times when we get grants from the federal government, they want shovel-ready projects so that we can spend the money on construction costs by a certain time period. So just to let you know what is in that list is the Airport Operations Center. And we can, speaking with our client groups, we came up with this. We could do the design and construction would be deferred, and I'm sure Commissioner Reguera could talk more about that. The Cambridge garage replacement for GRT, land purchase there, deferred. The universal washrooms for the CSOP program, which is the space optimization program, we can defer those. And the next two are part of our master plan or revitalization for housing. So there's a housing project at Cortland and Shelley. We could defer the construction there. And there's another one on 140 Weber where we've not just started design and construction. And Commissioner Sweeney can speak to those too. We also have two paramedic stations. Both are in design, one in Waterloo at Westmount and one on Concession Road in Cambridge. Design has started on those. We're continuing with that design, but we could push the construction out. So I know that's a lot of information, but I wanted you to make sure that when you're making those decisions for deferrals, that you understand what impact that would have, especially the construction piece being pushed out on our service delivery.
So,
Councillor Deutschman?
So I just want to clarify, you said Appendix B or D?
D, sorry, it's my cold.
D as in David? Okay. Like, is there a bottom line number that you can give us that say, this is what we recommend?
Yes.
Like you said, there's this, but we recommend that.
Yes.
What is the we recommend, and is there a bottom line on that?
Certainly. So for the non-Waterloo region housing deferral, we would recommend $2 million instead of 3.7. For the Waterloo region housing deferral, we can defer 3.4 million instead of what do we got there, 5.9. And for the large capital, honestly, speaking with my client teams, we would not want to defer any of these capital projects because they're so important for service delivery.
Chris, do you want to jump in?
Through you, Chair. Actually, as Jennifer mentioned, one of the large projects included in the facility's large capital is the Airport Operations Center. That was on the list of recommended capital amendments, which was reviewed and approved earlier today. And so that was actually pushing out $8 million from 2025 into 2026 and 2027. So that was a large piece of that large capital line that has already been actioned today.
So we're not counting it twice.
Correct. Yeah, that the available amount on that large facilities capital line would be reduced because we've taken out a significant portion of that relating to the Airport Operations Center.
Councillor Deutschman?
Yeah, so what is the impact on 2026?
I would have to turn to my friends in finance to help with that question because I think that that's where the deferral of debt costs conversation is.
Right. I mean, that's because if we're going to defer, we need to know what's the impact on 2026 to doing that. Because it's new.
So with the deferrals, you were correct, there's the one deferral of the Walker's Road that would have an impact on 2025 of about 450 or so thousand. Yeah. The other ones, they would impact we wouldn't have to issue as much debt further out into the forecast. So we haven't calculated that, but we would see that savings in 2026, 27 by deferring that.
So is it something that we would say we agree doing, and we'll figure out the number later because it's not impacting 2025 anyway? Is that?
Right, it'll impact in, so we've moved these programs out, so that would change the funding makeup. And then we would either be able to potentially fund that through reserves because we've deferred it, or we could issue a debenture at a later time in a later year because we've deferred it out.
So Madam Chair, then would it make more sense, and staff can advise, we'll just defer that portion of it into the new year to talk about early to consider for 2026, whether that's something to do or not, or do we have to make that decision now?
Well, we would come back to the budget, capital budget again, like anything outside of 2025 for capital is the forecast. So every year we revisit that. So then when we get into 2026 budget, we would look at that 2026 forecast and then make determinations as to what we wanted to have in and out.
So the only thing now is we're really dealing with that $400,000 deferral.
The 2025.
Right.
400,000. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe.
My questions were already answered by Commissioner Rose. Pretty much read my mind what I was going to ask.
Councillor Ravanovic.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to Councillor Deutschman for bringing up this this idea. It would certainly, start helping us out a little bit to further get the budget down. I will, in a little bit, be asking that we consider two motions, one of which actually has a capital component to it, and I'm only raising it now so people can think about it, and they're not going to be easy motions to raise because they're going to require us to move some things in the capital budget and to and to delay some things, but with the goal of seeing a 1% decrease to the levy of capital from current. And so I'm flagging that simply in the context of the motion that is going to be coming, or the motion that we're considering from Councillor Deutschman as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Commissioner Rose, please forgive me. I'm struggling to keep track of what is included in Councillor Deutschman's motion and what is not. I think what I want to know is, would we save money if we deferred the projects that you just spoke of, that you were slightly, possibly, maybe comfortable with, excluding the ones from WRH? And the reason that I would exclude WRH, because again, a tax break on the most vulnerable people is not actually a tax break, or at least not one that I'm willing to accept.
Yes. So through the chair to Councillor Hunick, if we defer the construction on large capital, then we will not be needing to borrow the money on the large capital sooner. We'd be borrowing it later. So the payment back of the debt financing piece from operating would happen at a later date rather than sooner. So it's going to impact future tax levies.
Okay. So, but some of the projects recommended were WRH. Is that correct or not?
Yes. So there's two housing projects in the large capital that are for WRH, and also there's in the renewal, we had in the options $5.9 million of renewal work for Waterloo Region housing in the options as well.
So if we took those out of the options and deferred the rest of the ones for 2025, how much, I know, I'm conscious of the fact that the future budgets would increase, but how much money would we save for 2025?
For 2025, we will not be saving anything.
Oh, excuse me, I'm dumb. 2026. Or, okay, maybe I'm way off. It's okay. Sorry.
Councillor Deutschman, did you want to jump in and help?
Yeah, I just, and I understand, I heard some comment, why are we considering this now? The only reason we're bringing it up is because if we don't consider it, we can't use it later on. That's the issue. You know, it's late in the day. Maybe we just, I don't know what to say. That's why I'm saying, can we defer the big chunk of it, which is the complicated part, to a discussion in January or February, if that's possible, and just focus on, we already took care of the $2 million deferral on the cabins, and we have the 400,000 that we can still, and Commissioner Steffler, are we correct that we can defer that? Then that'll have an impact on the 2025 budget.
Yeah, I think that's bringing some clarity. I see some nodding heads. Councillor Hunick, does that make sense? So some of the questions you're asking about future years will come back in future years and after we've passed the budget.
Possibly when we haven't had a 14-hour day. That would be super great. Thanks.
Councillor Shantz.
You can take my name off the list. I'm not sure where I was going. I think my brain is done for the day.
Okay, so colleagues, we have a motion before us.
It needs to be particularized. Councilor, Chair, I think it needs to be particularized that we're just saying that we're going to defer the, again, I don't know the number and what it's for.
No,
again.
so it's short on details, so I would ask the clerks, and if we have to take a break to put the detail in.
Point.
Can we pull up the report that's referenced? Okay.
Point.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break to clarify. Basically, I think what Commissioner Rose has told us, right? And after that, I would like a tally of where we are with the tax increase.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, because we still got a bunch of work to do yet tonight, and it's clear that people are tired, exhausted. We've been here more than 14 hours, and I'm just concerned we're not making good decisions that the residents of this region should be able to expect from us. And so I'm really wondering whether or not, quite frankly, we should be recessing for the day and coming back.
Well, I would tell you that we knew this motion is coming forward. There are 3 other notices of motion that will have to have notice waived. I am in council's hands, but again, we've done a lot of hard lifting, and we have certainly been talking about this for months. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and I'll let colleagues mull over call the meeting back to order. So we now have a motion that was moved by Councillor Deutschmann and seconded by Councillor Foxton. Be it resolved that the Region of Waterloo amend the 2025 capital budget to delay the Walker Road project and to amend 2025 operating budget to reduce contributions to the Transportation Capital Reserve on a one-time basis of $465,000. So that was what was in the appendix, and that's what Commissioner Rose explained. Are there any questions on this motion? Okay, can we use our e-scribe, please, and vote? Oh, I got one. Councillor Erb and Councillor Salonen, could you vote, please? Colleagues, that is carried. Thank you very much. So my understanding from talking to a couple of colleagues that 12 p.m. is a hard stop. Can I just see, do I have consensus? Is everybody saying?
Somebody might have said that about me, and it's not true. I think it should be
11:30. No, it can't be because we have to finish council. So what we're going to do is go back into, we're going to come back to the budget if we have time, but I'm going to go back to council. And I could, if you want to put a motion to extend as we get towards 12, we'll see if anybody will support it. Councillor Hunick. So we need 3 minutes to switch to council right now.